It will come out of recess, having recessed on February 19th, 2026. The Senate will come to order. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Okay. Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the late session.
All in favor say aye.
Aye.
All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion to adjourn passes. We are now in the early session. The Senate will be attentive to our chaplain, the Reverend Mark Warren.
Good morning, Madam President. Good morning, senators, guests, and staff. If your faith allows, would you pray with me? Our Lord, we are mindful that many of our sons and daughters of this state, fathers and mothers of this state, have been requested to go into areas of conflict. This morning we pray for their safety, for their protection. This morning, Lord, we thank you for our senators. In many ways, the hours are long, the debates are hard, and yet they serve the people of this state with great passion and fervor. Today, Lord, I ask that you would bless them, that you would strengthen them, that you would give them energy, clarity of mind. Lord, as bills continue to be debated, as the work of the state needs to continue on, I pray that common ground would be found, that unity for the common good would be explored, and Lord, that our state, our great state, New Hampshire, the Granite State, would prosper in everything it does. We're grateful for the work that's being done here today. I pray a blessing over it. In your name we pray. Amen.
Before we go on to the Pledge of Allegiance, I would also ask the senators for a moment for prayer for our fellow New Hampshire citizens that have been activated and are currently in a war zone fighting for our country, and to please say a prayer for their families and their loved ones that are here at home supporting them. Please be seated. Before we get, I know, that's right, I'm sorry. Please stand. Senator Gannon will lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Thank you, Madam President. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Okay. We also have to do, before we were seated, ask for another moment of silence. We're asking for a moment of silence for the victims of the opioid overdose deaths, the number of our friends, our family members, our fellow citizens who died to this awful, awful situation that we're celebrating today. Not even celebrating, but recognizing it with black balloons, and you'll see them out in the hallway. So if you could please say a prayer for those folks. Now you may be seated. Sorry. I just have just an announcement. Many of us know Marissa Chase. We've worked with her in a variety of different capacities over the years, and I wanted to announce that Marissa and her husband, Willie Craig, are now the proud parents of twins. They have two little girls, Eloise Elizabeth and Cecilia Jean. All are happy and healthy, and mom and dad are doing great. and they're going to send us lots of pictures when they're ready. So again, I'd like to send the Senate's congratulations and our best wishes for these new parents and their beautiful little girls, who are strawberry blonde, by the way. So that is just, it truly is a blessing when we have children born. So thank you. So now we're going to move on to the introduction of guests, and I recognize Senator McHugh to introduce our Senate pages.
Thank you, Madam President. It's my privilege to introduce you to juniors from Milford High School who've been here before, actually, visiting us as we celebrated their constitutional competition victory. They're here as part of their studies to learn even more about how government works. They are both part of the National Honor Society. They would both like to be one of the future business leaders of America, and they're active in that group. Both actually hope to study to be lawyers, one specifically a constitutional lawyer. It should be no surprise. So I give you Marek Luba and Isis Gaitan from Milford High School.
Welcome. I hope you enjoy your day here today. Are there any further introduction of guests? Okay, seeing none. Without objection, today's finance report is adopted. I recognize Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to request that the referral of Senate Bill 548 to Finance be waived instead.
Senator Gray?
I do not object to waiving.
Thank you. So without objection, today's finance report as amended is adopted. Okay, next we're going to move on to the bills removed from the consent calendar. From the Committee on Commerce, removed by Senator Innes. The Committee on Commerce, Senate Bill 482 from the Committee on Commerce from Senator Birdsell. Senate Bill 643 in Election Law and Municipal Affairs by Senator Avard. From the Committee on Finance, removed by Senator Sullivan. That's House Bill 104. Senate Bill 441 from the Committee on Health and Human Services, removed by Senator Gray. Senate Bill 561 from the Committee on Ways and Means by Senator Murphy. Yep. Just for clarification here, Senate Bill 444 from the Committee on Commerce from Senator Innes. Moving on to the special orders. Without objection, the following bills. The bill is ordered to special order to Thursday, March 12th, 2026, from the Committee on Judiciary, Senate Bill 512. Without objection, the following bills are special order to Thursday, March 19th, 2026, from the Committee on Commerce, Senate Bill 482, and from the Committee on Health and Human Services, Senate Bill 441 and Senate Bill 476. Senator Birdsell moves that the consent calendar with the relevant amendments as printed in the day's calendar be adopted, and that all such bills found ought to pass be ordered as follows. FN bills not waived under Senate Rule 4-5 to the Committee on Finance. Non-FN bills approved for re-referral to Finance by the day's FN report to the Committee on Finance, and all other bills to third reading. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The consent calendar is adopted. Okay, we're now moving on to the regular calendar. The first bill we will take up, and the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Education, to which is referred Senate Bill 580FN, an act establishing a school cooperative purchasing program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 580FN ought to pass with amendment. As amended, Senate Bill 580FN advances 3 important objectives. First, the bill authorizes school districts and SAUs to enter into joint purchasing agreements for goods and services. This will give smaller districts greater buying power and help them use taxpayer dollars more efficiently. Second, the bill empowers the State Board of Education to place struggling schools or SAUs into receivership when necessary. This provides a clear pathway for timely intervention and support to help schools get back on track and better serve their students. Finally, the bill clarifies and establishes the duties of school boards in line with the best practices identified by numerous stakeholders, including the Department of Education. This bill will strengthen governance and improve oversight across our education system. Together, these reforms raise the standard of accountability for our schools, school boards, and SAUs while promoting collaboration, transparency, and responsible stewardship of public resources. I respectfully ask that you support the Senate Education Committee's recommendation of ought to pass with amendment for Senate Bill 580. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator Sullivan. I just want to remind everyone that on February 19th, 2026, we already adopted the committee amendment. So we are beginning here with the bill being on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? And I recognize Senator Prentice for a floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. I would like to introduce floor amendment 0852S. And if I may, could I speak to that? Thank you, Madam President and colleagues. Good morning. I rise in opposition to the receivership language that is contained in this section of the bill. Let me be clear that this debate is not about whether we want strong schools. We all do. This debate is about how we respond when schools are struggling and whether we are willing to override, this body is willing to override local democracy in the process. This bill allows, if this was enacted, the State Board of Education to place a school or an entire SAU into receivership. Once that happens, the state may intervene in staffing, school closures, financial decisions, and even governance. This is not a light touch of oversight. This is essentially a state-level takeover by the Board of Education. Here, when reviewing this, it's clear to me that there are no clear academic thresholds for this bill. There are no defined performance triggers, not for this bill, for the receivership part of this bill, and no firm timeline for how long a receivership may last. We are granting sweeping authority and without guardrails. New Hampshire has a proud tradition of local control. Our school boards are elected by the people in their communities. They are accountable at the ballot box. This provision shifts the power away from the voters locally and puts it to an appointed state board. If a community is struggling, and we know that communities have been struggling, and I would like to address and assist communities in those struggles, but not in this manner. So we should be supporting with partnership and resources, not a takeover that still requires further definition. Receivership models in other states have produced mixed results. Some have seen improvement, others have seen instability, litigation, and an erosion of trust, the very trust that our democracy and our local governments work with. Let's not ignore that there's a fiscal note that is attached to this, and right now the note is indeterminable, so we are creating an enforcement structure without funding or clear limits. So if we're going to authorize something that is this significant, it must include clear performance standards, defined timelines, due process protections, and legislative oversight. Right now, none of those safeguards are in place. So, colleagues, I'd ask you to support me in opposing the receivership section of this bill. My statements here are not in any way meant to not provide an avenue of support for school systems that are struggling. We know that this is the case, but this is not the way to do it. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Sullivan is recognized to speak.
Thank you, Madam Chair. With all due respect to my colleague, when these schools find themselves or these districts find themselves in trouble, they come to us, they come to the state looking for help. And then we are going to our taxpayers and our constituents to ask them to help out a district that they are not actually responsible for. So it only makes sense that we allow the Board of Education to have receivership to guide them through the process to get them back on their feet. There are guardrails, there is accountability, and this is something that the language I've worked out with the Department of Education. So I ask my colleagues to please vote down the amendment and support the bill as passed from committee with the committee amendment. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. The discussion is on the adoption of floor amendment 0852. Are you ready for the question? Okay. All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. No. The noes have it. The floor amendment fails. Again, the bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Senator Perkins-Coca.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to divide the question on Senate Bill 580 FN on the ought to pass with amendment. I would like the first vote to divide out sections 5, 6, and the effective date, and the second vote to be on the remaining sections and the effective date.
Could you please repeat the second part?
Sure. The first vote would be on sections 5, 6, and the effective date, and the second vote would be on the remaining sections and the effective date.
Okay, thank you, Senator. The bill is dividable, so we will proceed. The first vote that we're going to take is to divide section 5 and 6 and the effective date. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. 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 The noes have it. The second vote is on the remaining sections in the effective. Okay, we're going to move to a recess. The Senate will come out of recess. Just to remind everybody where we are at this point, the first question was whether or not Senate Bill 580 was, as we amended it 2 weeks ago, was that particular version of the bill, was that divisible? I ruled yes. So the first vote we were taking was to, divide sections 5 and 6 and the effective date, okay? And we asked for the question. I think there was some confusion here, and so some people voted no. I said, oh, the noes have it. So I'm going to recognize Senator Lang for a motion.
Voting on the prevailing side of this issue, I'd ask for a reconsideration of the vote. Again, I thought we were voting on whether the question was divisible, not the two divisible questions that you had ruled. So I'd ask for my colleagues' consideration on reconsideration. Thank you.
Thank you. All in favor of reconsideration, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. Okay, we're reconsidering the first vote, which is on sections 5 and 6 and the effective date. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. Now, we're going to move on to the second vote, which is on the remaining sections and the effective date. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it, and the bill is ordered to third reading. I just figured everybody's still in that vacation mode from last week. That was interesting. Yep. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred House Bill 323, an act requiring the presentation of government-issued photographic means of identification in order to vote. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3-1. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move House Bill 323 ought to pass. House Bill 323 requires voters to present a government-issued photo ID, such as a driver's license or passport, to enhance voter identification, security, and uniformity. If we go back in election law, we used to accept identification from local businesses. We would accept identification from other sources. But we have found over the years that that is not a prudent thing to do. Training people of what is a valid ID and what isn't a valid ID becomes a big problem. We still have that problem when we look at local colleges. And the suggestion was made, well, let's only do those colleges that are state-run or other things. And again, you are carving out a separate class that they can prove their identity differently than anyone else. This update builds greater confidence in the voting process, establishing clear, dependable rules while still ensuring individuals can vote without difficulty. For those reasons, the Election Law and Municipal Affairs Committee recommends ought to pass on House Bill 323. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Perkins-Coca.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition to the motion of ought to pass on this bill. As my colleague from District 6 and I often have in this chamber, we have a healthy disagreement. In our view, this bill aims to solve a problem that does not exist. We all care deeply about the security and integrity of our elections. However, our Secretary of State has stated multiple times that the amount of voter fraud measured in New Hampshire is minuscule. He has stated that our elections are safe and secure, and there have only been 2 or 3 instances of voter fraud on record. Meanwhile, 224 voters were turned away from the polls in 2024. What this bill really does, in effect, is restrict the ability for college students to vote. In 2013, this legislature passed HB 595 on a bipartisan basis to allow student IDs to be used to vote. Since then, there has been no increase in voter fraud. The committee heard testimony that obtaining a new voter ID would be challenging for freshman college students because they come from all over the country to learn at our universities. The goal is for them to come and be members of our communities so that when they receive their degrees, they will choose to stay and contribute to our economy. If we make it harder and harder for young people to vote, it will help deter them from having young people choose our state. To vote in our state, an individual needs 4 things: identity, age, citizenship, and domicile. Student IDs provide a way for students to prove only their identities. This bill would strip away that form of identification, and if the student is already needing to bring proof of citizenship, domicile, and age, we trust our local officials to look at that information and line it up. If the intended goal of this bill is to ensure someone is who they say they are, then we should not be limiting available options. We've been in touch with some of the local college systems, and they have all verified how identity is proved at the time of student ID pickup. As one example, in order to receive a student ID, they have to provide a valid government ID such as driver's license or passport in order to be issued that ID. We have an obligation to protect this incredibly important right to vote, and we have to do it responsibly, but in this case, I believe we already have. I ask that the motion of ought to pass be overturned so a new motion can be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? I recognize Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I appreciate the comments from the Senator representing District 21. Briefly, I want to walk you through what it takes to get a UNH student ID if you're just enrolling at the university, because part of what the Senator from District 21 said is absolutely true. The way it works is you get an email from the university with a link where you can submit your photo to the university, a passport-size photo. You have to upload that photo. Then you have to upload a picture of your government-issued identification. And you also must be a registered student. So there are some checks in place to make sure you're who you say you are. But where the thing breaks down is on the actual ID itself. I was visited by a student from Dartmouth College this week. We talked about his ID and what's on it, and more importantly, what isn't on it. So I have my ID from the university. It has one thing on it: my name, well, my faculty ID number, and the issue date. There's no expiration, there's no age, there's no domicile. You could have this ID, I could have this ID long after I've left the university, as could many students. So it seems to me, if we're requiring students to upload a government ID, means they have to have one, passport, driver's license, whatever, they can simply take that to the polling location with them. It has their age, so we're certain they're old enough to vote. It has a domicile of some sort, and it works. So this, as the Senator from District 6 suggested, brings consistency to the identification that's needed to vote across colleges and universities. It gives us the information that we need. This ID does not have the information that we need, nor do the IDs issued by Dartmouth College. And again, I can carry this around forever. Should I use it to vote? If this stays in statute, absolutely. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of, the bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or debate? Senator Sullivan for a question of?
My colleague in District 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for taking my question. To get those IDs, do you have to prove citizenship? I mean, I believe UNH has international students, is that correct?
We do have international students, so you do not have to be a United States citizen to get a university ID. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the question. Thank you, Madam President.
I also recognize Senator Birdsell for a question of?
The good senator from District 7.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for taking my question. So these students that are submitting their IDs into the system, many of them come from out of state.
Correct. Half of them.
Follow
At
up?
UNH.
So if they're out of state in order to get a UNH ID, they can use their school ID even though they're not residents of New Hampshire.
That is correct. And conceivably, they could vote in 2 states, right? Their home state and New Hampshire. And I don't think anybody supports that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I recognize Senator Fenton for a question of?
My colleague from District 21. Thank you. Just looking through the hearing report, can you talk about the amount of voter fraud we've actually had with these IDs?
There have been no known cases, and thank you for the question, because I think that what we are hearing on the floor are questions about using these student IDs for more than what we're saying, which is that these student IDs are used simply to prove identity.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Senator Gray has a question of?
The senator from District 21.
Tentatively, yes.
Senator, isn't there a right of privacy here in the state that would preclude somebody who suspects somebody but has no proof of actually investigating whether they voted fraudulently or not?
Thank you for the question, Senator. If there were concerns, there was always the ability to file a request for investigation with the Attorney General.
Would you believe, thank you, would you believe that I have made such a request on an occasion and the Attorney General told me that the evidence I had was not sufficient for those investigations?
I would believe that.
Thank you, Senator.
Senator Innes has a question of? Okay, you're passing. Okay. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay. A roll call has been requested by Senator Lang and seconded by Senator Avart. Okay. The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
And Senator Gannon. Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
16.
The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Executive Departments and Administration, to which was referred, Senate Bill 527, an act relative to written notice provided by state agencies to municipalities regarding pending applications. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 4-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President.
Nobody's-
I move Senate Bill 527 ought to pass as amended. Senate Bill 527 amends written notice requirements for state agencies relative to municipalities regarding pending applications. While presently first-class mail is required to fulfill the notice requirements, the bill expands criteria to any written notice. The amendment specifically allows the use of electronic mail to provide written notice while also giving towns the option to opt out of electronic mail. The amendment further clarifies language around the river management notification process for local officials and applicants. The ED&A Department Committee asks for your support for the motion of ought to pass as amended. And Madam President, if I may continue for a moment?
So you may continue.
Thank you. Colleagues, I'm going to ask you to vote down the committee amendment when it comes up. After we brought this out of committee, we realized there was a small issue with the way we had crafted the language in the amendment, so we have gone back to the stakeholders. We've drafted the correct language so it actually does what we intended, and I will present that as a floor amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Just to refresh everyone, Senator Pearl has asked we vote down the committee amendment so he can bring forward a floor amendment which will make the needed corrections to the bill. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed say no. No. The noes have it, and the committee amendment has failed, and I recognize Senator Pearl to present his floor amendment.
Thank you again, Madam President. I want to offer for adoption floor amendment 2026-0766, and I'd like to speak to the amendment.
You may speak.
Thank you. As I stated earlier, when we passed this out, we realized there was an issue. So if you have the amendment in front of you and you look at the language starting on line 12 through line 17, talks about written notice being provided. This language will actually do what we're trying to do in the committee. We've identified what written notice is, and we're allowing the departments to, excuse me, to provide the written notice, or to satisfy the written notice requirement by an email unless the town opts out of it. So the towns can still receive the notice by first-class mail if they choose to, or they can accept it by email. So I would appreciate your support, and thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much, Senator. Floor amendment number 0766 has been proposed. Is there any further discussion on the amendment? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0766. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 527. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 483 FN, an act making a contingent appropriation to the Department of Health and Human Services for recruitment and benefit grants for child care employers. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote at 8-0. Senator Rosenwald for the committee.
Senator Rosenwald.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 483 FNA ought to pass. This bill provides general funds to the Department of Health and Human Services in the event that federal funds may not be used to finance recruitment, retention bonus, and benefit grants for New Hampshire child care employers. The fiscal year 26-27 budget trailer bill appropriated $7.5 million of federal TANF reserve funds each of the 2 years of the biennium for this purpose. Federal regulation allows states to transfer no more than 30% of TANF funds to the Child Care Development Fund and Social Services Block Grant each federal fiscal year. The department has not been able to ascertain from the federal government yet if we can transfer more surplus TANF funds for this purpose. Senate Finance recommends passage of Senate Bill 483 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President. I'd like to speak to the bill.
Yes, Senator. Thank you, Senator Rosenwald, and yes, you may speak to the bill.
Thank you. And I'm speaking in support of the ought to pass motion. We have heard from employers for a number of years that improved access to child care will help them fill jobs and grow our economy. But increased child care capacity will not and cannot happen without a more stable workforce. Child care workers are known as the workforce behind the workforce. They're low paid, mostly female. Turnover is high, and licensed facilities, many of them have more capacity they could bring online if they had more employees. To the extent that we expand the eligibility for child care scholarships without a larger workforce, we will just have more families competing for a slice of the same too small pie. In 2023, we were short 9,000 child care slots, and then capacity declined 8%. In the previous budget to this one, we created a child care worker incentive fund with $15 million of general funds, and that was very helpful. One center has reported that their staff rate of retention went from 55% to 85%. I'm really happy that we've all come to understand the importance of increasing the child care workforce to our families, employers, and our economy, and that the committee's ought to pass vote as unanimous. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize Senator Gray. Oh, okay. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 483. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted. Now I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to lay it on the table.
Okay. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred Senate Bill 662, FNA, an act making an appropriation to the Department of Natural Cultural Resources for renovations to the Northwood Meadows Lake Dam. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 8-0. Senator Pearl for the committee.
Senator Pearl.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 662 FN ought to pass. This bill appropriates $1 million from the general fund to the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources for the biennium ending June 30th of 27, non-lapsing until June 30th of 29, for the purpose of renovations and repairs to the Northwood Meadows Lake Dam. The Senate Finance Committee recommends passage of Senate Bill 662 FNA and asks for your support. Thank you, Madam President. If I may continue.
Yes, you may speak, Senator.
Thank you. Colleagues, if this bill seems familiar, it should be, because we passed this very language in the previous budget, but through an oversight in the Department of Natural and Cultural Resources, the funds were allowed to lapse. So all of the engineering work is now done, and they were ready to start the project and realized they didn't have the funding. So I will ask you to support this bill with the intent that we're going to lay it on the table, and if we're able to find the money later on, that we will fund the project, and if not, then I guess we'll have to look at it in another budget year. So I would appreciate your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 662. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and I recognize Senator Gray.
Move to lay the bill on the table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Health and Human Services, to which is referred Senate Bill 477 FN, an act relative to the increasing transparency in the 340B drug pricing program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Abard for the committee. Senator Abard.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that Senate Bill 477 FN be referred to interim study. This bill establishes certain reporting requirements for the Department of Health and Human Services, hospitals, and other covered entities participating in the 340B drug pricing program. The bill also directs the department to require a claim level 340B identifiers across fee-for-services and managed care organization claims, and to implement exclusion rules to prevent duplicate discounts consistent with the federal guidance. While the committee appreciates the intent of increasing transparency, we feel it's best to recommend this bill to interim study because it is dealing with a federal program. The Senate Health and Human Services Committee asks for your support and motion for interim study, and I thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is to refer refer to interim study. Is there any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 477. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of refer to interim study is adopted. We're going to take a 3-minute recess. The Senate will come out of recess. Without objection, we will take Judiciary at the end of the calendar. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Make sure I'm right.
It's okay. It's all right.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 635 FN, an act establishing a health reimbursement arrangement tax credit program. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill was ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill, sorry, 1 second, you changed me up here and I lost my talking points, so I was all ready for Judiciary. So I move the Senate bill ought to pass as amended, understanding that I will be later asking to table this bill because of the financial implications. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay, seeing none. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 635. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and I recognize Senator Lang.
Move the table Senate Bill 635.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. 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 All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 654 FN, an act creating tax credits for businesses that have on-site child care services for businesses that provide health care coverage for certain employees. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Sullivan for the committee.
Senator Sullivan.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 654 ought to pass with amendment. This bill creates tax credits against the business profits tax for businesses that have on-site child care services for businesses that offer parent hours. The committee amendment addresses several concerns raised during the hearing and was developed in consultation with the Department of Revenue Administration. As amended by the committee, businesses that have their own child care facility on-site or who contract with child care services nearby can apply for a tax credit equal to 20% of qualifying expenditures related to providing said child care, up to $100,000 per fiscal year. The aggregate amount of tax credits that can be issued in any fiscal year is capped at $2.5 million. The bill also incentivizes businesses to offer parents' hours of 9 a.m. to 3 p.m. by creating a tax credit equal to 20% of the employer's cost of health care benefits to each parent hours employee, up to $10,000 per year per employee. I ask your support for the motion of ought to pass with amendment, and I ask if I could speak further.
Yes, you may continue to speak.
Thank you. SB 654 would help to increase access to child care for working families by incentivizing businesses to have child care facilities on site within the same business park or within a quarter mile of the business. This would allow parents to be near their children during the day, allow new mothers returning to work the opportunity to nurse their babies, and to allow for parents to check on their children during their workday or even spend lunchtime and breaks with them. The bill also incentivizes businesses to provide a work schedule that would allow parents to drop off their children at school in the morning at the start of the school day and pick them up at the end of the school day. This would alleviate some of the strain on before and after school care programs and shorten the duration of time that children are kept within the school buildings. When my boys were in elementary school, seems like a lifetime ago now, I knew many children that were in school well before school started and were picked up after their parents' workday ended. Sometimes hours after school let out, The children were cooped up in a building more hours than their parents were. The businesses will benefit not only by attracting more working parents, but also by receiving an income tax credit for the cost of health insurance for each of these employees. This bill addresses some of our most important issues for Granite State families. The governor spoke to the need for on-site childcare in her State of the State address. And since this bill's tax credits would not go into effect until 2027, it will not impact this budget cycle. There are caps in place ensuring that this is a fiscally responsible bill. SB 654 is a win for businesses, parents, and most importantly, for New Hampshire's children. I ask you to support the Ways and Means Committee's recommendation of ought to pass as amended. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay, seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it, and the committee amendment is adopted. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Fenton.
Thank you, Madam President. I do tentatively rise in support of Senate Bill 654. I want to start by saying that I appreciate the intent behind this bill. Expanding access to child care and helping families balance work and caregiving responsibilities is something we should absolutely be focused on. Employers across New Hampshire are struggling with workforce shortages, and child care is a real barrier for many working parents. Efforts that encourage businesses to help address that challenge are certainly worth exploring. That said, if this bill is tabled and subsequently removed from the table and comes back for further consideration, I think it will need additional work. There are still questions around how the credits would function, who would realistically benefit from this, and what the fiscal impact might be for the state. So I believe we can strengthen the policy so that it better supports businesses and working families across New Hampshire. So today I'm going to support the bill moving forward because the conversation is an important one, but I hope that we continue working on it and we take time to refine the details to make sure we get this right. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 654. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass as amended is adopted, and I recognize Senator Lang.
I move to table Senate Bill 654 FN.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. We are going to move on to the bills that have been removed from the consent calendar. It will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Commerce, to which was referred Senate Bill 444 FN, an act prohibiting the use of animal testing when and other comparable methods are available. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 5-0. Senator Innes for the committee.
Senator Innes.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 444 FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill would prohibit the use of animals in certain cosmetic product testing programs. Testing on animals, as we all know, can be extremely cruel, and the results are not always relevant to humans. As technology is developed further, alternative testing methods are increasingly efficient, cost-effective, and much more humane. However, there were some concerns raised about the bill after it was voted out of committee, and we've listened to those concerns. So I respectfully ask the body to vote down the committee amendment. So please vote no on the committee amendment, so that I may offer a floor amendment to address some of the concerns that have been raised. So once again, please vote no on the committee amendment. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Okay. The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Please remember, Senator Innes asked us to vote no on the committee amendment, so he may offer a floor amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no. No. The noes have it, and the committee amendment fails. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? Senator Innes.
Thank you once again, Madam President. I rise to introduce floor amendment 26-0877S, and I'd like to speak to the motion briefly. The floor amendment would make two important changes to the underlying bill. First, it would remove provisions related to the prohibition of cosmetics being sold in stores presently, so that practice could continue. And second, to alleviate some real concerns over the impact of biomedical research, the definition of testing facility on page 1, lines 22 through 25, would be amended to include institutions of higher education, as defined in RSA 188H:1. We don't want to remove the ability for universities to do that important testing, and this is a change that makes a lot of sense. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment 0877. Is there any discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment, say aye. Aye. All opposed, say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none. The question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 444. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Election Law and Municipal Affairs, to which was referred Senate Bill 643FN, an act requiring cities and towns to hold a public hearing and conduct a roll call vote when seeking to override a tax or spending cap. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass with an amendment by a vote of 3-2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam President, I move Senate Bill 643FN ought to pass with amendment. This bill requires cities and towns to hold a public hearing, conduct a roll call vote when attempting to override a tax or spending cap. The committee amendment changes the term legislative body to governing body to deal with cities and towns that have those forms of government, which was the intent, not traditional towns that would have a couple hundred people showing up at town meeting would be the legislative body. So it's a roll call vote of the governing body of a given city or town. I'm going to ask the members to vote down the committee amendment and to support a floor amendment, makes a minor technical change, and we'll go from there, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. The first order of business is the committee amendment. Is there any discussion on the committee amendment? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee amendment. Just to refresh again, Senator Lang has asked us to say no to the adoption of the committee amendment, so he may bring forward a floor amendment. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. All opposed, no? No. The noes have it, and the committee amendment fails. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? And I recognize Senator Lang for a floor amendment.
Madam President, I offer floor amendment number 0958S. This amendment adds, it just says, notwithstanding RSA 32:2. There was a question on whether or not we were creating a conflict in law, so that just technical correction makes it absolutely clear if these two RSAs are in conflict, if someone were to think that this is the overriding statute that matters. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 0958. Is there any discussion?
Madam President, President's 1 minute recess.
We will be in recess for 1 minute. We'll come out of recess. Are you? Okay. Okay. The Senate will be in recess for another minute. The Senate will come out of recess. I will recognize Senator Waters for a parliamentary inquiry, and then I will recognize Senator Lang for a parliamentary inquiry.
Thank you, Madam President. My confusion is the amendment number, because the one we had in our packet was 0958S, and I believe another number was mentioned by Senator Lang.
Okay,
So
I
again, I did
recognize
say
Senator
zero.
Lang for a PI.
Again, the amendment is 0958S, and that amendment just does that one thing on line 23, saying notwithstanding RSA 32:2.
Okay.
Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Okay, are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 643. Are you ready for the question? Roll call. Okay, Senator Fenton has requested a roll call, seconded by Senator Avard. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton. No. Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes.
There you go.
Thank you. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8, and the motion is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading.
Thank you.
Yep. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Finance, to which was referred House Bill 104FN, an act relative to requiring official declaration of war for activation of New Hampshire National Guard in the foreign state. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 8-0. Senator Gray for the committee.
Senator Gray.
Thank you, Madam President. I move postpone indefinitely.
Okay. Thank you, Senator. Okay. Do you have what you need? The motion is to postpone indefinitely. Is there any discussion? Senator Waters.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the motion to postpone indefinitely. I did want to say a few words in support of our New Hampshire National Guard, particularly the 157th Air Refueling Wing, which has now been activated to participate in Operation Epic Fury. As we all know, we are the only Guard unit in the country that has the new KC-46A Pegasus refueling aircraft. These are essential to our national security and to the safety of our country and to the missions that are required for our Guard. I want to particularly commend Major General Michaelides and everyone else who serves in the Guard and make sure that these servicemen and women are ready at the call to protect our country. I think that this poorly written legislation would create confusion at a time when our soldiers have put their lives in harm's way. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the recommendation to postpone indefinitely House Bill 104. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion to postpone indefinitely is adopted. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Ways and Means, to which was referred Senate Bill 561, an act relative to change of address for certain game operator employer licensees. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Lang for the committee.
Senator Lang.
Move to table Senate Bill 561.
Okay. We have a motion to table. We have it? Okay. Okay, thank you. The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The motion has been adopted. Okay, we'll be in recess for 2 minutes. The Senate will come out of recess. I recognize Senator McConkey.
Thank you, Madam President. I move to take Senate Bill 627 off the table.
Okay. All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. I want to remind everyone that the pending motion on Senate Bill 627 is ought to pass with amendment. And so we're going to pick up. We've already voted on that, and the bill is now on second reading. Is there any further discussion or amendment? And I'm going to recognize Senator McConkey to speak to his proposed floor amendment.
Thank you, Madam President. President, once again, I move Amendment 1062S and ask to speak. Thank you. Not seeing my notes, I'll speak from my heart. The last time there was a Madam President, the last time there was a system-wide increase to our turnpike toll was 19 years ago. I'm sure we could all agree that the cost of operations, labor, and maintenance has continued to escalate when the revenue is not rising with it. The turnpike is an enterprise fund. They can only spend what they bring in. And if they're not bringing in more, we're in a position where needed safety improvements. To my colleagues in Manchester, I believe it's exit 6 and 7. For those here locally, Bow and Concord are not funded. But to keep those projects moving forward just in the planning range is eating up $560,000 out of the current 10-year plan. What is proposed here and was brought by many past chairmen of transportation and public works over the years was, why don't we ask our neighbors when they travel through our state to pay a toll increase and protect our residents from that increase? That is what is proposed here. Any person that has a resident that has a license plate from the state of New Hampshire will not see an increase to their road toll. So we're getting the best of both worlds. We're protecting our residents. We're going to do many safety improvements to the turnpike. And when we free up $560 or $580 million, it is going to permit regional projects that so many people in your towns have worked for, your TAC committees that are now froze out of the 10-year plan. It's going to fund those. So while my friends down south get these great improvements, my folks up north are going to see a project move forward, as the rest of you will. So with that, I wholeheartedly ask that you support ought to pass on this bill, and thank you.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of floor amendment number 1062. Senator Gannon has a question of...
For my good friend from District 4. 3, I'm sorry, you're 3. I never go down that way. I want the senator from District 4 to know he is also my good friend. But from District 3, have there been any studies, but just offhanded kicks, if I had a small convenience store, we'll just say in Nashua, or if I'm the Nashua outlets, do we know if there's going to be any effect, or people are going to say, I'll just shop in Massachusetts, I won't go over the border? Has there been any studies, do we have any data to see if there's going to be a negative effect?
Thank you for the question. And being a convenience store owner, I love that question. Presently, we are the lowest per mile toll rate of any state in the country. When this toll increase goes into place, we will still be the 27th lowest. Using the turnpike is a convenience, and I do not see that as being an issue. And I
Thank you for your
question.
answer.
Okay, thank you. I recognize Senator Birdsall for a question of...
The good senator from District 3.
This is my day. Thank you.
So I know you said that, thank you for taking my question. I know you said that it will ensure that New Hampshire residents will not be paying. Can you walk through the situations that are preventing the New Hampshire residents from paying more?
Thank you for the question. And I'll try and answer in this way. My good fellow in District 4 had brought this forward. My chairman had fine-tuned this. And then I had further conversations with DOT on how I could assure this would happen. And they are able to make a software change. And so whether you have an easy pass, whether you have an anonymous easy pass, or whether you are currently signed up to pass through the tolls and have your license plate taken to do that fee, or whether you forget altogether, someone's mom perhaps drives through a toll. At present, they have only 7 days to make up their error. We have been assured I've been assured by the department that we're going to increase that to 14 days. And on top of that, if they have a New Hampshire plate, that person is still going to receive the reduced rate, but they will have to pay a $1 fee. So I think it'll make their memory kick in a little better going forward. I don't know if that answers your question.
Thank you, it does.
Thank you.
I recognize Senator Lang for a question of...
My good colleague from District 3.
What a day.
All right, only one who spoke on the bill, you'll be talking a lot. So Madam President, I have a series of just 3 questions that stack on top of each other. So I want to make sure we're absolutely clear that if a citizen who drives through a toll today, and if this bill were to, and would be charged a fee, if a citizen tomorrow, if this bill was to go into law and they drive, there would be the same exact fee. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Thank you very much. For a citizen of New Hampshire. Follow-up question? So my follow-up is, is it also true that in New Hampshire we did pass recognizing the gas taxes and covering our costs, that we passed an enhanced registration fee onto owners of EVs in the state of New Hampshire to help cover our road costs. Is that accurate?
That is correct.
Last question. Thank you. So if this bill were to pass, my understanding is, again, those out-of-state drivers, again, especially our EV vehicles that don't pay a gas tax in New Hampshire to help our roads and don't pay the enhanced registration fee, they would be charged a slight bit more in order to cover the New Hampshire road repairs and fixes that are necessary in our state.
That is once again correct.
Thank you very much.
Okay, and we have Senator Abbas has a question of,
Thank you, Madam President. To my friend from District 3.
you are the man of the hour, Senator McConkey.
Didn't see it coming. Go ahead.
And thank you for taking my question. Do any of the other states in New England have a higher fee for non-residents as opposed to their own residents?
Yes, thank you for asking. I should have mentioned it. The state of Massachusetts, I just came back from a trip in Dallas, Texas. There are so many other states that have a dual fee schedule.
Thank you.
Thank you. I also recognize Senator Sullivan with a question of,
My colleague that's in the hot seat today. Thank you for taking my question. Historically, the Executive Council has been in charge of deciding tolls for our state. Does this take away their power?
It does not.
Follow up?
you may follow up.
Could you explain?
There was, I'll try and do my best. The Governor Council has always had the power. I believe the bill was amended previously, would have taken that from the Governor Council and brought it to the legislature, but I believe the current amendment does not do that.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay. Senator Avard, you wish to speak? Okay. The bill is on second reading. Is there any further discussion or floor amendment? The discussion is on the adoption of floor amendment 1062. Are you ready for the question? All in favor of the floor amendment say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The floor amendment is adopted. The bill is still on second reading and open for further discussion and amendment. Okay. Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of ought to pass as amended on Senate Bill 627. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay, there we go. Okay. Yep. So, I am going to put the Senate in recess. Please be back here at 1 o'clock when we will take up the bills from Judiciary.
Senate will come out of recess. Senate will come out of recess and will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Altschiller needs, does she need a recess? Is that what you're saying?
I've been asked for a recess for 1 minute. Recess, and without objection, we're going to pick up with Senate Bill 621. I recognize the clerk.
Thank you, Mr. President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 621 FN, an act establishing a homicide cold case commission for the purposes of acting intermediary between the Department of Justice and the family of cold case homicide victims. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3-2. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Point of order.
What happened with SB 551, 552, and 554?
Thank you, Senator. Your colleague was signed up to speak on all of those bills, and out of respect for her, I didn't want to proceed.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Acting Mr. President. I move that SB 621 is inexpedient to legislate. 621 establishes a cold case commission within the Department of Justice to act as an intermediary between the cold case unit and families of homicide victims. The committee has great sympathy for families of cold case victims and respects the intent behind the proposal. However, the bill creates a significant risk of unintended consequences. Families already have the ability to remain in contact with detectives, investigators, and local enforcement directly. Creating an additional layer of communications could risk confusion, compromise evidence, or inadvertent disclosure without materially advancing an investigation. If meaningful cases cannot be disclosed in order to protect evidence or to avoid tipping off potential perpetrators, it is unclear what new information the Commission would actually be able to provide. Additionally, the committee is concerned that if there is no new movement in these cases, the Commission would represent a significant expenditure without the corresponding benefit. While we deeply respect and sympathize and empathize with the families, the committee believes the risks and the costs outweigh the potential benefit. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that you join the Senate Judiciary Committee in voting SB 621 inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you, Senator Gannon. The pending motion is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 621. Further discussion. Chair recognizes Senator Long to speak.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in opposition to the pending motion for Senate Bill 621. I understand that the Department of Justice and the State Police testified that they have greatly improved their efforts to contact families, and I understand their concerns surrounding confidentiality and the integrity of their investigations. These efforts are appreciated and their concerns are valid. I would be remiss to not say that this bill takes those concerns into account and simply requires that families be given consistent and constructive communications. Despite the department's best effort to improve their communications, I still hear from constituents and families of the deceased that it's not enough. I am not asking the state to put the integrity of their investigations into question. I am not asking the state to violate confidentiality in sharing sensitive information. I am simply asking that we establish mechanisms for routine, consistent updates to families so they may process, heal, and continue to find closure following the murder of one of their relatives. Within the amendment, there was one meeting that was going to be held, and it was going to be a presentation on their annual report, which is every December. And in that amendment, it would also sunset in 2 years. This bill would give an opportunity for family members to sit with the cold case and get a reputation with them. I sincerely ask the body to turn down the ITL motion so that another motion can be made. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Long. Senator Prentice, recognized to speak.
Thank you, sir. I'm going to join my colleague from District 20 in my opposition to the inexpedient to legislate motion. I concur with all of his comments, and I just wanted to add and share with the body that a family member of a victim who was murdered in 2010, that is considered a cold case, is still, like other families, waiting for, I mean, they'd like answers, but in lieu of answers, consistent communications is really what they're looking for, and they wouldn't have proceeded and asked for this bill if they felt that that was happening between the Department of Justice, the cold case unit, and the family. So it's not just one. I only spoke with one family, so I can't speak for the others, but I was moved by his concerns and his desire to what he sees and other families see as a simple mechanism to not, that would, as my colleague said from District 20, would not jeopardize any evidence, would not tip anybody off, we don't want to jeopardize the integrity of these cases, but these families are suffering. And he spoke about his mother, who is in her 90s and who is waiting and wanting to know what happened to her daughter. Imagine what that pain is like. This is a simple mechanism to create and just formalize that communications link without creating any jeopardy at all. So it's an honor to speak on behalf of that family, and thank you, Mr. President and colleagues. Again, I hope you'll join me in voting down the inexpedient to legislate.
Thank you, Senator Prentice. Pending motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Recognize Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Mr. President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. I believe this legislation is really, it's well-intended, but inside the AG's office right now, there already exists a mechanism for communicating with families members involved in cold cases. They've also dedicated more resources to that department to improve the communication they have. I will say that this is an issue that we should keep our eyes on, as if that problem continues to persist, as my colleagues raised today, we may want to revisit this. But I would also point out, with the AG's office having a department that deals particularly with communication involving cold cases, then you have, if this were to pass, you now have two different voices of communicating to the same families, and that could also create confusion. So I think what we need to do is improve what we have, if anything. But I think this will duplicate the efforts. It doesn't actually necessarily solve the issue being raised today. So please join me in support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Mr. President.
Thank you, Senator Abbas. Is there any further discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill F-621. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted, and I will hand it back. Thank you.
the Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 551 FN, an act relative to legal protections for legal reproductive health care services. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 551-FN be found inexpedient to legislate. SB 551-FN establishes a statutory framework prohibiting cooperation with out-of-state investigations and proceedings relating to what it defines as legally protected healthcare activity. As outlined in the bill's analysis on page 1, it restricts the state and local officials from cooperating with the other states, limits recognitions of certain foreign judgments, and restricts extradition in specified circumstances. In doing so, it places New Hampshire in direct conflict with other states and represents a significant departure from traditional principles of interstate community within our federal system. Additionally, on page 2, lines 12 through 17, the bill provides that any law or order not conforming with the Act, in effect or adopted after the effective date, shall be deemed invalid and shall have no force and effect. The committee had concerns that this language attempts to bind future legislators by foreclosing their ability of subsequent general courts to revisit this policy area. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that you join the Senate Judiciary Committee in voting SB 551-FN inexpedient to legislate. And if I may speak further, Madam President.
Yes, Senator, you may.
Thank you, Madam President. In respect to the concerns I just spoke of, it says that any law right now that is in effect or adopted after the effective date. Now, if it's adopted after the effective date, for it to be deemed null and void, we already know we can't bind a future legislator, but it also deems laws that are null and void that are in effect today that have the effect of limiting the statutory right to freedom of reproductive choice and that does not conform with the provisions and express or implied purpose of this act shall be deemed invalid and shall have no force and effect. Now, normally if you're repealing a law, the bill that you propose, and we'll see one later today on repealing a law, it shows the RSAs or the rule or whatever's being repealed, it shows that in the legislation. This does not. So it raises a real concern over what laws or rules or ordinances, or what are we actually repealing? What would not be in effect anymore? This bill does not address that. This is presented as a shield law, but it goes well beyond that issue by repealing laws that weren't even discussed as issues before the committee. And again, you can't bind the future legislator. In addition, Madam President, this is going to prevent us from enforcing foreign judgments. By foreign judgments, it means a judgment that's not from New Hampshire. But every state in this country has a uniform practice of allowing full faith and credit to out-of-state judgments to be enforced in their state. Now, we're creating an exception to that. And all of the states have one requirement when you do that, is that wherever the original judgment originated, that state would have had to have jurisdiction over you when the judgment entered. This is abandoning that principle, and I think that's problematic. There's not a single member of the medical community, a single resident of this state that came before our committee that has actually been charged with any offense by another state for their conduct in this state. This, respectfully, is a solution in search of a problem. It's not happening here, and I'm confident that this will not happen in this state. If you practice law legally in this state, then you wouldn't have anything to worry about. The issue raised before our committee has to do with a doctor or a medical provider from New York who mailed a medication to another state, and that medication was illegal in the state they mailed it to. Now, that's going before the Supreme Court, and I would say we let that legal proceeding play out. But that is a much different circumstance than someone coming to the state of New Hampshire to receive medical treatment. So for that reason, I don't believe this bill is needed to solve any problem in this state. So please join me and support the committee's recommendation inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any further discussion? I recognize Senator Altshuler.
Madam President. Thank you, Madam President. I rise against the ITL motion, Senate Bill 551. The SHIELD law for reproductive health care access is very needed. And I want to be very direct about why this bill is not theoretical. It is urgent, it is necessary, and the clock is already ticking. Let me tell you what is happening right now in America, because this is coming for us. In December of 2024, Texas Attorney General Ken Paxton sued a New York doctor alleging she mailed abortion medication to a patient in Texas. The first lawsuit filed by any state against an out-of-state abortion provider. That New York doctor was protected. The New York judge dismissed the case because New York's SHIELD law shielded her from New York having to participate in out-of-state prosecution. New Hampshire doesn't have that protection. But Paxton didn't stop there. In January of 2026, he sued a Delaware nurse practitioner, Deborah Lynch, who operates an online clinic called Her Safe Harbor, in what became Texas's second lawsuit against an out-of-state abortion provider. And just last week, Paxton sued Aid Access, an international organization, along with 2 individual medical providers, one from California, asking a Galveston County judge for a temporary injunction that would prevent the defendants from providing medication to Texas residents. 3 lawsuits, 3 out-of-state providers, 3 states targeted in barely 14 months. And that's just Texas. Alabama has been active in this arena since 2023. Legal experts are divided on where the courts will ultimately land on these cases, which involve extraterritoriality, interstate commerce, and constitutional questions that have not even been meaningfully addressed since the Civil War. These are big questions. The legal uncertainty is precisely the problem, and it is precisely what Senate Bill 551 resolves for us. This bill does something straightforward and very powerful. It declares that every individual present in New Hampshire has a fundamental right to reproductive health care. It bars New Hampshire state agencies and law enforcement from cooperating with out-of-state investigations of legally protected health care activity. It protects our providers' professional licenses. It blocks foreign judgments issued in connection with abusive litigation from having any force in our courts. And it prohibits extraditing a person for legally performing or receiving health care that is permitted under New Hampshire law. In short, what is legal here should be protected here, full stop. What happens when a state chooses not to protect their patients and providers? We can look to Idaho. A peer-to-peer reviewed study published in the JAMA network Open found that Idaho lost 35% of its doctors who practiced obstetrics between August 2022, when the state's near total abortion ban took effect, and December of 2024. That means today, only 174 obstetricians serve Idaho's roughly 1 million women, 600,000 of whom are of reproductive age. The study's lead author, Dr. Edward McEachern, called it a stark picture of a rapidly declining maternal health workforce. Okay, we're not Idaho, but we're also not immune. We have already watched this happen right here. New Hampshire has now closed 11 maternity wards in 20 years. At Frisbee Memorial Hospital in Rochester, the departure of OB/GYN caregivers was cited as a deciding factor in ending labor and delivery services at that time. In 2024, Dartmouth Health ended its labor and delivery contract with Catholic Medical Center in Manchester. Labor and delivery units across New Hampshire are already facing increasing uncertainties as hospitals deal and struggle with staffing shortages, financial pressures, and declining birth rates. And we have heard directly from New Hampshire OB/GYNs. and medical residents that fear legal fear compounds every one of these pressures. When a provider is worried that doing their job legally, compassionately, and by the standards of our state, that could trigger a lawsuit from an attorney general in Texas or Missouri or Alabama, some of them will leave. We heard testimony in committee that the medical residents who are currently now making decisions about whether they're going to stay and serve our communities are extremely worried about the landscape here in New Hampshire because we have not protected them with a shield law. We don't have their back. So some might not come here at all. Some will leave, and patients, granted staters, are going to pay the price. So why can't providers simply ignore these out-of-state lawsuits? Let's be clear about what Paxton, who is leading this, is actually doing. When the Texas court issues a default judgment because a provider outside Texas, perhaps in New Hampshire, declines to appear, Texas will then go to that provider's home state here and ask them to enforce the judgment. And the goal is to make legal exposure impossible to ignore, even for providers who have never set foot in the state of Texas. That's the playbook. And without a shield law, New Hampshire's courts could be asked to participate in it. So Senate Bill 551 simply says, no, not here. Delaware strengthened their own shield law in 2025 because of these pressures. They expanded protections for providers from out-of-state prosecution. New York's shield law stopped Paxton's first lawsuit cold. Colorado, Massachusetts, California, Connecticut, and other states across the country have drawn that line. They are not waiting to be targeted before they act. They're building the wall before the flood arrives. We are New Hampshire, the live free or die state, a place where our conviction tells us that no outside voices can tell us how to govern ourselves, how to care for our people, or practice our professions. Senate Bill 551 lives that motto. It affirms that New Hampshire law governs New Hampshire health care, that a provider in Concord answers to New Hampshire standards, not a grand jury in Collin County, Texas. That a patient's private medical information stays in New Hampshire, protected from out-of-state agencies, specifically as this bill says. Can we honestly wait until a New Hampshire provider is named in an out-of-state lawsuit before we act? Can we afford to lose more OBGYNs in a state where our maternity wards are closing because of legal uncertainty when we can resolve this today? Can we let another state's attorney general reach into the granite state and intimidate doctors who provide all kinds of reproductive health care? I say no, we cannot. The time to draw the line is now, before a New Hampshire provider becomes the next test case, before another maternity ward closes, before another resident chooses a different state to build their career. I urge you to vote against the ITL motion so that another motion can be made so we can pass Senate Bill 551, so we can protect our providers, protect our patients, protect New Hampshire. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Request a roll call. Senator Altshuler has requested a roll call. Is there a second?
Second.
Second by Senator Haber. Senator Gannon, recommended for a question of...
Question from my friend from 22, if he'll take the question. I picked up one word that just stuck in my mind when the good senator from 24 was talking. She was talking about presence. And then I thought about who is this bill intended to help? Is this bill going to help New Hampshire female citizens? Is that what it's about? Or is their reproductive right already safe and not in need of this? Is this about outside people coming here to do an act? Or is this bill, I'm not seeing it that it's helping New Hampshire females. I think they're already protected.
Thank you for the question. My understanding is that if someone comes to New Hampshire and gets medical treatment in New Hampshire, and all the medical services provided in New Hampshire, I don't believe there's any jurisdiction from any other state to do anything about that. What is happening is medical providers, and if you're, listen, this is beyond reproductive health care. If you're providing any medical service of any kind, and you're going to send something to another state, and what you're sending there is not legal in that state, that's just ill-advised. Now, we can't control what the laws are in Texas, Florida, Alabama, whatever state you want to name. We have no control over those state laws. But if you're going to mail anything to those states, anything, any item, and it's not legal in the state you send it to, you are subjecting yourself and availing yourself to that jurisdiction, and by sending it there, potentially violating their laws. And I think that's what has occurred. But I think for the people who live in our state and the people who come to New Hampshire for medical treatment, they have nothing to worry about. And I'm not aware of any medical provider in New Hampshire who violated another state's law.
Quick follow-up. So if I understood you correctly, you just said that without this law, every woman in New Hampshire already has reproductive freedom, and this law is not going to benefit any female citizen of New Hampshire. It's for out-of-state people, is what this bill is about.
I suppose if someone wanted to violate another state's law, this would provide them, I'm not sure really it actually really will protect them, because there's other ethical issues they may run into, but
So my follow-up is that this law doesn't protect any New Hampshire woman. It's protecting women who come here. So our New Hampshire females are already protected. They have reproductive protection. Without this bill, this is only helping outside women who come here for a purpose.
I think it covers a little more than that, but
okay.
Yes.
Thank you.
I recognize Senator Fenton for a question on...
My colleague from District 24. Would this, thank you for taking my question, would this protect female OGBYN doctors from being prosecuted from out-of-state individuals?
Thank you for the question, and it will protect not just female, but male OBGYNs who practice medicine here in New Hampshire. And the committee heard testimony from Dr. Carrie Wang from Dartmouth Medical Center, who explained that she is now making choices, as are her colleagues, about where they're going to permanently set up shop. And she and her colleagues said that they are unwilling to work in locations where they are at risk of being prosecuted for practicing safe, evidence-backed reproductive care, when they could cross the border in any direction and get that legal protection. So this protects people receiving health care in our state according to our laws, and protects our providers who provide that health care. So it's unreasonable to think that people don't cross the borders at all sides to come in to get health care. It happens. We cross borders everywhere, and people who get health care in New Hampshire should be protected, as should the providers.
Thank you.
The current motion is inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 551, and I recognize Senator Rebecca Perkins-Coker to speak.
Oh, my full name, here I am. Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak against the pending motion for SB 551. So this bill is simple, it's clear. Our few hardworking medical professionals will be protected in doing their job. What this bill does is protect our state's sovereignty from litigious out-of-state actors trying to tell granted staters what services they can and cannot provide to patients, which is a violation of our state's sensibilities and the oath that our medical professionals swear. If New Hampshire says that something is legal and can be provided, someone decides to seek that care in the granted state, it's our decision and our decision alone to provide those services. Other states do not deserve to go after our medical professionals and drive them out of the state to all of our detriment. The last thing we need is to leave these doctors protected, so we need to pass this to make sure we're keeping our medical professionals protected, our women protected, and the integrity of our local decision-making protected. Let's do the right thing and make sure that we're not letting other states' laws override the liberty provided here in New Hampshire. I ask that we overturn the ITAL motion so the proper motion can be made. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize Senator Gannon for a question of.
From my good friend from the great dining town of Portsmouth. 21. If she'll take my question.
Once again, tentatively, yes.
Thank you. I can't afford the food there, but I do occasionally like to eat there.
Someday, Bo.
Question, is this bill going to repeal the Fetal Life Protection Act?
What this bill does is if there are actors from out of state that are coming after our medical professionals, it will protect them.
Follow up? Different line. Thank you for answering that. Is this going to attract women from all over the country who wish to have abortions come to New Hampshire because we'll be shielded? So are we going to become an abortion destination because of this bill?
Thank you for the question. What this bill does is respect our medical professionals acting under New Hampshire laws.
Thank you.
Okay, we are still on the motion of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 551. I recognize Senator Birdsall to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. As so many in this chamber are fond of saying, this bill is an answer in search of a problem. This is not an emergency. Texas sued those states because they wanted to challenge that shield law. During the public hearing, when asked if there had been any cases of the New Hampshire reproductive care providers being prosecuted in other states for care provided in New Hampshire, the state director for reproductive equity now answered, there have been no cases. And maternity wards are being reduced because, unfortunately, our birth rates are lower. However, my grandson will be born in June, so I'll be glad to add to that. In the state of New Hampshire, the Dobbs decision did not impact our doctors, because in May of 2020, we had 80 doctors. In May of 2022, the year of the Dobbs decision, we were at 120. And in May of 2023, we had 130. So that did not impact. New Hampshire does not have an abortion ban. Abortion up to 24 weeks is still legal, safe, and protected for women in our state. Passing Senate Bill 551 does not increase or decrease those legal protections. It merely creates confusion. We cannot preemptively control what other states may decide to do in regards to enforcing their statutes, nor should we create laws meant to interfere with the laws of those states. So I ask you to please support the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 551. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. I recognize Senator Gannon for a question.
One brief question, my friend, from 22. If he'll take my question.
Sure.
Thank you. You also have good foods. I like that. Is it Joey?
You probably can't afford that either.
I can't probably either. Not with my size of my family. Same question I asked the other senator. The bill, will this repeal the Fatal Life Protection Act?
Thank you for the question. So it's ambiguous because it does say that any rule or any law in effect that is determined to have the effect of limiting the statutory right to freedom of reproductive choice is deemed invalid and should have no force and effect. So I interpreted that it does. So I believe that it would create a lot of confusion in the law.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 551. A roll call has been requested by Senator Altshuler, seconded by Senator Avard. The Senate will pay attention to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McGue.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl?
Yes.
Senator Sullivan?
Yes.
Senator Birdsell?
Yes.
Senator Long?
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka?
No.
Senator Abbas?
Yes.
Senator Gannon?
Yes.
Senator Altschiller?
No.
And Senator Carson?
Yes. The ayes have it by a vote of 16 to 8. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which is referred Senate Bill 552, an act permitting classification of individuals based on biological sex under certain limited circumstances. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is ought to pass by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move Senate Bill 552 ought to pass. Senate Bill 552 provides a definition of biological sex and clarifies that in certain limited circumstances, classification based on biological sex does not constitute unlawful discrimination. As outlined in the bill's analysis, the legislation applies narrowly to multi-user laboratory and locker room facilities, certain athletic competitions, and correctional or similar involuntary commitment settings. As a legislature, we have found a fundamental obligation to protect the privacy and safety of women and girls. This bill recognizes that while New Hampshire remains firmly committed to equal dignity and respect for all people, there are circumstances where biological distinctions are directly tied to legitimate privacy and safety concerns. For these reasons, I respectfully ask that you join the Senate Judiciary Committee in voting SB 552 ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President. If I may speak further.
Yes, you may speak.
And thank you, Madam President. And speaking of protecting women's rights, I ask my colleagues to please support the committee's recommendation of ought to pass. Women, and I'm talking about all women, deserve private spaces that are designated for women, and they deserve fair opportunity and fair competition when it comes to playing sports. Let's be clear what this bill does. What it does is that no public or private entity that is required, that if they are not required to separate their bathrooms based on biological sex, but if they do separate their bathrooms based on biological sex, that decision that the public or private entity makes does not amount to discrimination. We're leaving it to the choice of that particular entity. Women in a locker room should not, if they're using a locker room, they should not be forced to use that space that has traditionally been reserved for women, where they normally get changed, to have to change in front of a biological male. A trans woman is not a biological woman. They're not. Now, I understand and I respect that some people believe or they may identify as a gender that's different than what their biological sex is. Just because someone identifies as a woman does not make them a woman. Just because someone identifies as a man does not make that person a man. It's not what their biological sex is. And when it comes to women's equality, the late Judge Ruth Bader Ginsburg, she did a tremendous job before she sat on the Supreme Court as a lawyer. One of the arguments she made to the court, where she was successful in, that shaped a lot of our laws today, was arguing that biological sex is an immutable characteristic. It's immutable. And that was a key thing the court relied upon. Now, in respect to the sports, again, women, there was a time when women did not have a fair opportunity in sports. Title IX was intended to address that. Now, if you're going to allow biological males to play girls' sports, what that does is that creates less opportunity for women to play in women's sports. That's just a fact. but it also impacts the level of competition. And what I really worry about, listen, the star athlete is going to make the team. But think of a basketball team. The girl who gets the last spot on that team, they work very hard just to be a reserve that starts the game on the bench, just praying to get in the game. Well, if you let a biological male on that team, that girl's getting left off the team. That's just a fact, because that's one less, every spot that goes to a biological male, one biological woman loses that spot on the girl's team. That's a fact. Now, in respect to how this bill was drafted, there was testimony that if a person transitions a certain amount of time, there is no unfair competition in the sports. If a biological male transitions for 12 months or 18 months, we heard conflicting reports, but ultimately there is no conclusive finding in the medical community as how long in the transition process a person has to be in order for there to be no unfair competition. There's none. So this, to me, is narrowly tailored to address a very specific issue. It's maintaining and preserving fair opportunity for both women when it comes to playing sports and the competition itself. So please join me in support the committee's recommendation ought to pass. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The bill is now on second reading. Is there any discussion? Senator Avard has a question of?
22, please. Thank you, Senator, for taking my question. Please correct me if I'm wrong, because I'm not clear. Is there a law right now that prevents me, dressed like a man, to walk into a ladies' room?
I don't believe so.
Follow up? So regardless of whether I dress like a man or a woman, there's nothing that would prevent me from going into the ladies' room. There is no law that says you can't do that.
So technically, there's none. What has generally happened is that each institution or each entity, whether private or public, was creating their own policies. And now what this will do is make sure if one wants to allow you to go in the women's bathroom, that they can't be sued for discrimination, or if they don't want to let you go in the women's bathroom, they also will not be sued for discrimination.
More follow-up, if I may.
Follow-up?
So basically, if I go in and this bill is enacted, then an institution can say to me, please remove, and I have no means of lawsuit. But if I go in now without this bill, any man around the state can go into any women's bathroom, even if you're dressed like a man, dressed like a woman, or you can't tell. And there's no repercussions if we decide to go in there regardless.
The repercussions not for you. The repercussions are what they face is the discrimination claims against the entities, depending on which way they want to enforce it.
Thank you.
Okay. The bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? Senator Sullivan has a question of?
Thank you, Madam President. My colleague from District 22. Thank you for taking my question.
Anytime.
Would you believe that prior to this legislature changing the laws some years ago, I think it was 2018 maybe, prior to that time, that women often did share a bathroom with transgender people, but we still had the ability, if someone was in the bathroom that was a biological male, that we felt like they were there to do us harm, we had the ability to go ask them to be removed, and that, when we changed that legislation, that ability was removed from us?
It was, and I don't believe that that was the intent of that legislation. And what would happen is if that was happening and that entity removed that person from the bathroom or the locker room, they're going to get the ones that are accused of discrimination, and they're going to face the lawsuit just because you felt that you were in danger.
Would you follow up?
Follow up?
Sure.
Would you agree that a biological male now has more rights to a ladies' bathroom than biological women do?
Well, I'm not sure if I went into the women's bathroom and they kicked me out, I'm not sure I would have a discrimination claim, but I do run into this problem with my daughter. She's 4 years old, and I assure you this, I'm not taking her in the men's locker room. period. I don't care what anyone says. And this came up during the hearing, and I asked an attorney testifying in opposition to the bill what he recommends, and he thought I should consult with the manager of the gym. When a 4-year-old has to go, you don't got time for that. So I suppose I'm not going to let her go in by herself. She's too young for that. I guess I can go in the women's room. Is it discrimination against me or my daughter? I'm not sure. But I'll tell you what's happening, I think particularly for women, they're not going to appreciate that I'm in there, even though I'm just trying to be a good dad. Because I know by me going in there would make them uncomfortable.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, the bill is still on second reading. Is there any further discussion? The chair recognizes Senator Reardon.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise to speak in opposition to the pending motion for this bill. Needless to say, we've been down this road probably way too many times in most people's opinions. But there are some that are fixated on this issue, have been for years, and it's been to no avail and to little success. Whether it's the court, the governor, or the thousands of constituents who've signed in opposition to these bills, policies like this have been soundly rejected. This bill is draconian. It's an affront to liberty, and it's not a great use of our limited time here. We continually target the freedoms of a minority instead of using our limited time on other issues really critical to Granite Staters. This bill neither serves to improve safety nor to improve the material living standard of any Granite Stater. Instead, it endorses discrimination. It encourages profiling to the discomfort of the very few people who are gender nonconforming in our state. We still have residents that are very, very concerned, and they're men and women who fail to meet one's individual visual standard of what a man or woman should look like, and they're afraid that they're going to be profiled. Look no further than the incident at the Liberty Hotel in Boston. Look no further than the 3 vetoes of this bill from our Republican governors. Look no further than the hundreds of people who have testified against this bill, signed in against this bill, in comparison to the few dozen that supported it. We have no mandate for this. We have no reason for this. Let's dispose of this bill so we can get back to work on meaningful policy. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Again, the bill is on second reading, and is there any further discussion? Senator Altshuler wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of the ought to pass. The Judiciary Committee was asked to consider a simple question posed to us in the hearing for this bill by a member of the House of Representatives serving on the other side of the wall at this moment. In her powerful testimony, she asked us point blank, what restroom should I go to? What a question to have to consider. Under Senate Bill 552, if a business posted a sign, biological sex only, she would face the very real possibility of being challenged, removed, or humiliated simply for trying to use the bathroom. And this isn't hypothetical. It's happening already. It happened at the Liberty Hotel in Boston last May. Ainsley Baker and her girlfriend, Liz Victor, both cisgender women, were having a really fun afternoon at the hotel's Kentucky Derby party until they went to the ladies' room. Ainsley was in a stall with her pants down, and Liz was washing her hands when a security guard came roaring in and began yelling and banging on the stall door. After screaming at Ainsley and accusing her of being a man, the security guard made a scene, escorting her out of the building, while patrons in the lobby yelled at Ainsley with, "Get him out of here, he's a creep." The hotel has already paid $10,000 to settle that claim because somebody thought Ainsley, a cisgender woman with short hair who appears gender nonconforming, looked a little bit too masculine. And that's what this bill will invite into every locker room, every school, every public space in New Hampshire. We have a good law against discrimination, and it was passed in 1992. We added gender protections in 2018 with bipartisan support, signed by a Republican governor. The law exists because this legislature recognized a fundamental truth, that the dignity and safety of every resident in this state is a matter of public concern, not a courtesy, not a preference, a matter of law. RSA 354-A:1 says plainly that discrimination on the basis of gender identity threatens the rights and proper privileges of our inhabitants and menaces the institutions and foundation of a free democratic state. Those are not idle words. They are findings of fact by this legislature, and Senate Bill 552 asks you to crudely carve out an exception right through the heart of them. The sponsor of this bill testified that it's middle ground. He said it doesn't mandate anything. He said in the hearing, it simply allows businesses and organizations to classify people by biological sex without legal consequence. So in other words, it's just a little bit of discrimination, just a little bit. But here's what that means in practice. It means a gym, a school, a cafe can post a sign that says you do not belong here, and the state of New Hampshire will hold you harmless for it. It means a trans woman who has lived as a woman for years, who carries a driver's license that says female, who presents in every way as a woman, a former colleague, if you will, of ours, can be removed from a woman's restroom by a security guard, dragged out in front of a crowd, left sobbing on the sidewalk, and the business faces no liability whatsoever. So let me talk about the governors, because this legislature has been here before, several times in fact, and each time the person responsible for signing that bill into law looked at this language and said no. Governor Sununu vetoed a nearly identical bill in 2024, and he did not mince words. He wrote that the bill runs contrary to New Hampshire's live free or die spirit and seeks to solve problems that have not presented themselves. A Republican governor using our state's defining phrase to reject this approach. Then Governor Ayotte vetoed House Bill 148 in 2025. She acknowledged, and I want to be fair to her, that she sees legitimate privacy concerns in some of the underlying issues, but she vetoed it anyway, writing that the bill was overly broad, impractical to enforce, potentially creating exclusionary environments for some of our citizens. And then, just days before the hearing for this, Senate Bill 552, she vetoed Senate Bill 268, and her statement was very direct. I made it clear that this issue needed to be addressed in a thoughtful, narrow way that protects the privacy, safety, and rights of all Granite Staters. Unfortunately, there is minimal difference between Senate Bill 268 and the one I vetoed last year. Minimal difference, the governor's own words. And yet here we are again with Senate Bill 552, which a member of the Judiciary Committee noted, side by side, is functionally identical to the bills that came before it. This legislature has now tried to override those vetoes twice, and failed, because even within this body, there are not enough votes to change the law for just a little bit of discrimination. So the question before this body isn't really whether this bill reflects sound policy. Two governors of the same party as its sponsors have already answered that question. The question is whether we will keep sending the same rejected bill back through the process, putting transgender Granite Staters through hearing after hearing, year after year, in hopes that something will change. The argument for this bill rests in fear. Fear that biological males are, in the exact testimony of the sponsor, putting on a little makeup and pink shorts and entering women's spaces causing harm. Direct quote. I will not dismiss the genuine distress of women who testified to having had frightening experiences with men. Those experiences are real and they matter. But fear, however sincere, is not the same as evidence. And as Governor Sununu wrote, this bill seeks to solve problems that have not presented themselves. And we just voted down a bill directly based on that because it hasn't presented itself. So what the evidence actually shows is that transgender people are the ones being assaulted. They are more than 4 times as likely to be the victims of violent crime than the general population. When forced into facilities that don't match their lived identity, victimization rates are not low. They're catastrophic. In prison settings, transgender women housed with men face sexual assault at rates approaching 50%. The GLAD attorney who testified before us identified specific provisions in New Hampshire law, RSA 354A18, 354A15, 354A27, that already exempt religious organizations from civil rights liability. The concern raised about churches and synagogues that was in committee, it's already addressed in law. It's already in law. This bill wants to solve a problem that the law has already addressed. And what about enforcement? The sponsor, pressed on this point, says, I don't know, maybe you can do body checks. That was a quote. I don't know that you could do body checks. I have the YouTube transcript, so I'm happy to provide the timestamp. That's an honest answer. It's an honest answer, but there's no workable enforcement mechanism. What the bill actually produces is not safety, it's vigilantism. Strangers policing other strangers in bathrooms. Security guards making snap judgments about who looks female enough. Cisgender women, tall women, short women, broad-shouldered women, caught in the crossfire. One person who testified before the committee said it very plainly. She is the person who gets removed from bathrooms. Not because she's transgender, she told us she's not, but because she wears a hat and she keeps her hair short. She put it on in committee. It happened to her in every state she's lived in. She has been misgendered and accused of being in spaces she shouldn't be in during jury duty. It happened when she went to get a COVID vaccine here. This bill would give every business in New Hampshire legal cover to do exactly that to her every time and to every woman like her. New Hampshire's law against discrimination is not a mistake to be corrected. It's the foundational recognition that all of our residents, regardless of age, sex, race, creed, disability, or gender identity, deserve to move through public life with dignity. I urge this body to overturn this ought to pass. Honor the law we have. Honor the people it was written to protect. And let's stop making them come back here year after year to defend their right to just exist. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We are still on, okay, Senator Altshuler requested roll call, seconded by Senator Lang. We're still on second reading. I have Senator Birdsall would like to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. We face the same question we've answered many times. Do women and girls have a right to their own spaces? Locker rooms, high school sports gyms or teams, even prisons. Biological males do not have a right to these private female spaces. As I had said before when in session, when I was young, a number of years ago, I went from a Catholic school to a public school. My first experience with gym and changing in front of women, girls, which I did not do. But let me tell you, as a 13, 14-year-old, if there had been a biological man in that room, I would be I would have been upset, as would my parents have. And as far as fear goes, so women are now considered second-class citizens because if they fear that they're in jeopardy, then their fear and that should not be addressed. That is absolutely a ridiculous thought. Senate Bill 552 simply clarifies that biological men cannot file a complaint with the State Commission of Human Rights if they are denied access to space that should be reserved for women. Women deserve their own places without being interrupted by biological men. Please join me in supporting ought to pass on Senate Bill 552. Thank you, Madam President.
Okay, the bill is still on second reading. Is there any discussion? The question is on the adoption of the committee amendment of ought to pass on Senate Bill 552. I recognize Senator Lang for a PI.
Thank you, Madam President. Before I begin, I know it's the general practice of the building anyway that when doing a PI, the people who are opposing the committee recommendation generally goes first. I'm going to be supporting the committee recommendation, so if the other side would like to have a PI, I'd be willing to yield for them to do it.
We didn't have anybody listed who were against. So Senator Altschiller, if you'd like to give a PI.
Thank you, Madam President. If I know that Granite Staters consistently and overwhelmingly oppose this legislation that rolls back civil rights for our transgender children, family members, friends, and colleagues, and if I know that this bill will encourage even more violence against women, particularly those who do not conform or present in a way that conforms to gender stereotypes, and finally, if I know that people who think they can clock a transgender sister can't even tell when it's time to let go of this hateful crusade, would I now vote no on the ought to pass motion?
Thank you, Senator. Senator Lang, you're recognized for your PI.
Thank you, Madam President. Madam President, if I know that the complete phrase when you say trans women or trans man is transgender woman or transgender man, not transsex woman or transsex man. And Madam President, if I further know that in medical journals, medical studies, and medical practice, it is a specific, distinct call-out not to confuse gender and sex when doing studies. And Madam President, if I know and I believe that Justice Ruth Bader Ginsburg was correct when she said in Frontiero versus Richardson, a sex discrimination case, by the way, before the U.S. Supreme Court that, quote, sex, like race, is a visible, immutable fact and characteristic. Would I now vote ought to pass on Senate Bill 556?
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 552. A roll call has been requested by Senator Altschiller, seconded by Senator Lang. Are you ready for the question? Okay.
Yes.
The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon. Senator Altschiller.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to third reading. Okay. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, Senate Bill 554, an act repealing the limitation of liability for certain design features of firearms. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate, By a vote of 3-2, Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. I move 554 inexpedient to legislate. 554 would seek to repeal the limitation of liability for certain design features or absence thereof on firearms. Members of the committee found that last year's bill, now law, does not protect firearm manufacturers from liability over defects, but rather liability for certain absence of optional features. Members of the committee also expressed concern that SB 554 could encourage firearm manufacturers to leave New Hampshire as similar laws passed in other states have. I respectfully ask that you join members of the Senate Judiciary Committee in voting 554 inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President. If I could speak very briefly on the bill.
Yes, you may, Senator.
Thank you, ma'am. So last year's law, again, was limiting product liability actions that included several optional features that a consumer might purchase or choose not to purchase for their firearm. This law codified that simply because a pistol did not have some of these optional features does not make it inherently defective. Importantly, this does not absolve the manufacturer from defects in the firearm in any way. The manufacturer will remain liable if the gun is defective. That I'm aware of this morning, there are 18 cases that have been dismissed nationally over this. The plaintiffs were discharged. Their experts could not prove that the guns had went off on their own. There's one that I'm aware of on appeal, and there's one other that I couldn't find. There was an award, but there was no cash award along with it. There was a ruling possibly of negligence, and again, I believe that is also under appeal as of this morning. Since they claim when the guns went off, anyways, we'll skip that because you don't want to be here forever. Let me just talk a little bit about the optional things you could get in a gun. So a police officer, like our good senator from District 2, who once was a police officer, who is now somewhere else, there are optional safety devices. So with the SIG Pete 320, there are 5 internal mechanisms that'll stop a discharge. And again, in the court, they've never been able to prove that there was a discharge because of a failure of these mechanisms. Things you might want to buy, or you may not want to buy, like in a tussle, there's a disconnect mechanism. So if you're a police officer, you're involved in a hand-to-hand thing, you go to use your gun, you might want the gun to still fire that one round that could save your life. So they probably would choose not to get the discharge mechanism. There's a loaded chamber indicator. It means exactly what it says. There's a round in the chamber. You may or may not want that. There's hand use technology. So if Mrs. Gannon is alone at home and she pulled out a weapon, I probably would like her to be able to use the gun if she needed to and not have a fingerprint device on it. Another optional thing that you could get. Someone might argue that every gun should have a fingerprint mechanism, but others would argue not. Then there's external manual safety mechanisms. Again, on this particular gun, officers, when they're in the line of duty, may need to discharge their gun quickly, and they would choose not to get an external safety, that they would be another step before they could discharge a round. So that's how it works. And again, in the real world, the courts have not found against Sig Sauer in these suits. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Altshuler wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Senate Bill 554, repealing limited liability for manufacturers, distributors, dealers, or importers of firearms or ammunition, was voted by the majority of the Judiciary Committee as inexpedient to legislate, and I believe, as do others, that this recommendation was wrong. This bill is essential to restoring basic fairness in New Hampshire. Riddle me this, Batman. Why is the firearm industry the only industry in New Hampshire that enjoys blanket immunity from product liability lawsuits over design features? New Hampshire makes a lot of things, and it's curious that of all the things made in New Hampshire, only one gets lawsuit immunity. Not the tool manufacturers here, not the pharmaceutical companies, not the medical device makers, not the toy manufacturers, not the workwear clothing manufacturers, only the gun makers. It's a head scratcher, isn't it? If your child is injured by a defective medical device, you can sue. If your house burns down from a faulty appliance, you can sue. But if you're a New Hampshire police officer shot by your own service weapon, under current law, you can't hold that manufacturer accountable. George Abrahams is a U.S. Army veteran. He holstered his Sig Sauer P320, zipped it in his pocket, and went downstairs. "All I did was come down the stairway," he said. And there was a loud explosion, excruciating pain, and bleeding. A bullet tore through his thigh. The jury found the gun defected and awarded him millions. And there are over 80 similar cases filed in New Hampshire alone. Police officers, federal agents, military veterans, firearms instructors, people who know how to handle guns, but were injured anyway. The Washington State Criminal Justice Training Commission permanently banned the P320 after a recruit's gun independently discharged during training, injuring both an instructor and another recruit. Chicago police phased out the P320 after legal conflicts over injuries. And last April, as lawsuits were mounting, Sig Sauer sent a lobbyist here to the State House. The Judiciary chair introduced an amendment late in the session with only as much notice as was required, and no injured people were able to come testify within the condensed timeframe. The bill passed on party lines. We were all here. Governor Ayotte signed it on May 23rd of 2025. And then, in what can only be described as a monumental coincidence, the company that requested this incredible sweetheart product liability exemption began donating in what would amount to over $25,000 to a select crew of Republican legislators. The first donation hitting 22 days after signing the immunity bill. Yes. Yes.
Madam President, I believe it's completely inappropriate for a member of this body to attack 16 people in the room for campaign donations. It's impugning our integrity and our motivation. It's against our rules. Thank you.
Senator, I would ask you to pay a little bit more attention to what you are saying. We just need to finish up today, and just please, and I would also ask you, I know you're reading from multiple pages, you're actually not debating, you are reading what amounts to is a speech. And so I'm going to ask you to please shorten what you're talking about so we can get through, and others would like to speak as well. Thank you.
For clarification, Madam President, are you telling the body that we are not to use written speeches anymore? I have multiple pages because my eyesight's not great, so I put it 22-point type so I can read, and I don't forget any of my points. Are we not to use paper speeches anymore? I thought this was debate time for speeches.
Correct.
Just looking for clarification.
Senator, you are allowed, but you do have multiple pages. This is not the first time that this has happened, where you have multiple pages that you're reading from. I'm just going to ask you if you can condense it down. And please watch what you're saying, because you are offending other people here with insinuations. And so we want to be civil, we want to be respectful. That was something that was brought up 2 weeks ago, and so we want to continue to do that. So I'm asking you to do that as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam President. Sig Sauer has already used this law to ask federal courts to dismiss pending cases or scatter 80 consolidated lawsuits to courthouses across the country, as was mentioned earlier, making it impossibly expensive for injured people to seek justice. This isn't just about future lawsuits. This law is being weaponized right now against people already in court. When General Motors had faulty ignition switches, linked to 100-plus deaths. They recalled 30.4 million vehicles worldwide. This is how the system works. If a product causes harm, the manufacturer either fixes it or faces consequences. And that incentive keeps us safe. But firearms, they're exempt from the Federal Consumer Product Safety Commission oversight, and now in New Hampshire, exempt from state product liability lawsuits. No federal oversight, no state accountability, just immunity. How lucky are they to have such fans here in New Hampshire? New Hampshire has produced 21.6% of all U.S. firearms in '22. It is a $1 billion industry, and supporters of this blanket immunity claim that this protects jobs, we heard that, and that these manufacturers employ 3,800 people. Not capitulating to their every demand could possibly make them move out of state. But make no mistake, they came here and stayed here because of favorable tax rates, skilled labor, and massive capital investment. Sig Sauer is incorporated in Delaware, a state that allows gun manufacturer liability suits, and yet their manufacturing is here. They're not leaving. In fact, when I asked then South Carolina State Senator Bobby Cox, who is the government liaison for Sig Sauer, if his company was entertaining plans to move their manufacturing out of New Hampshire if they didn't get this special immunity deal, he said no. This bill simply repeals the special immunity. It doesn't ban guns, it doesn't impose new regulations, it doesn't keep them out of the schools, it doesn't keep them out of the hands of people with suicidal ideation. This body has already made sure that we're not going to do any of that. But Senate Bill 554 says if someone is injured by an allegedly defective product, they deserve the same justice as any other product. If Sig Sauer's products are safe, they will prevail in court. If not, they should be held accountable. If you believe in free markets, support this bill. Markets work when there are consequences for defective products. If you believe in fairness, support this bill. The firearm industry is the only industry in New Hampshire with this immunity. It's not right and it's not fair. We shouldn't tell Army veterans whose weapons shoot them when they're walking down the stairs, sorry, sir, totally sucks to be you, but this company gets special treatment. And we shouldn't tell police officers shot by their service weapons, sorry, officers, but this company gets special protections. We're better than this. We can be better than this. I urge you to overturn the ITL on Senate Bill 554 so another motion can be made to restore fairness. Thank you, Madam President.
Is there any further discussion? I recognize Senator Sullivan for a question.
Thank you, Madam President. I have a question of my colleague in District 23.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you for taking my question. Does our existing law protect any company from liability for genuinely faulty or defective guns?
No, ma'am. If the gun was, a SIG gun is found to be in tort, that it has a defect, it blows up in your hand, they will be found guilty. Well, they should be.
Thank you. Follow-up?
So you can, sir.
Thank you. Does our existing law protect manufacturers in our state from being sued simply because the buyer chose not to add an optional feature to their gun when they purchased it?
I'd have you repeat the question, but I think you were asking me if they don't buy an optional feature and then sue because it does like a trigger mechanism. Again, someone might want to discharge their weapon quickly. If an intruder comes in, they might not want all these safety features that are going to slow them down. So you can't sue if you had the option to buy these extra things. Again, the gun has not been proven defective in a courtroom.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. I will now recognize the last speaker, Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I rise in support of the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. And I hope you know, I'm going to read a little bit here. I'm going to read from the existing law, just so there's no confusion out there. This is the existing law that this bill would repeal. Nothing in this section shall be construed to limit liability for a firearm manufacturer or an FFL in cases where the claimant establishes that the firearm contained an actual manufacturing defect, failed to operate in a manner consistent with the manufacturer's express warranty or representations. So in all the examples we heard in this room today, that we heard in the committee of someone holding a gun or has it in their holster or whatever, and it just goes off on its own and shoots them in the leg or shoots wherever, when no one pulled the trigger, that liability, that is a product liability claim that you can bring today, you can bring it 10 years ago, you can bring it 20 years ago. You can still bring that here in New Hampshire, and whether this bill passes or fails, you'll still be able to bring it here in New Hampshire. And there's also another limited liability law that's not being repealed that also applies to firearm manufacturers. That law was signed when when they were coming to put their headquarters here. That was part of the consideration they took into effect when they came here. That law was signed into place. Now, you say they won't leave. But then when there was an attempt last term to repeal that limited liability law, they testified and provide written testimony that they would leave if that was repealed. Remington left New York, and I believe they went to Tennessee, or maybe Georgia. They went to one or the other. Anyway, Smith & Wesson left Massachusetts. Want to know why? Similar circumstances. They will leave. The 1,000 jobs that they have with them will leave. It's not going to stop what they're manufacturing. It's not going to change how they manufacture anything. They simply move to a jurisdiction that is more friendly. What I will also point out, when it comes to limiting the liability of certain manufactured firearms, the reason, if you use it for its intended purpose, and that's what the express warranty is, that is what it's warranted to do, what it's advertised to do. All right, if it goes off on its own, that's what I'm referencing. Any other product, there are no limitations on liability if their product acts and is unsafe or malfunctions in a way that shouldn't. That is correct. But we're giving examples that already they don't have any protection for. So when we talk about all these things and we're giving special treatment to someone, what's happening is they're bringing lawsuits simply because it doesn't have a fingerprint locking device on the firearm, that in and of itself creates a product liability claim. Those are the claims that are flooding the courts. And we don't find, because those are optional features that anyone can choose to put on a firearm that they purchase, whether it's aftermarket or when they buy it there, at the store, that's what they can do. If someone wants a safety device or trigger locking device on the firearm, they can do that on their own. That's a choice that they can make when they purchase that, if that's what they want to do. But simply by not having that device on there does not, in and of itself, result in a product liability claim. That is not a that's not a defective product. That's not doing something that it's not supposed to do. And if someone believes that it's safe to have the trigger locking device or a finger scanner or whatever, they should get that when they acquire the firearm. That is their choice. That's the consumer's choice, and I'll leave that to their recommendation. So please join me, support the committee's recommendation of inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Seeing none, the question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 554. A roll call has been requested by Senator Abbas, seconded by Senator Avard. Okay. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton. No. Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon.
No.
Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes.
16-8.
The ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted by a vote of 16 to 8. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The committee.
Okay. Senator Perkins Coca has requested a 2-minute recess. out of recess. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 623 FN, an act relative to requirements for law enforcement officers assisting in immigration enforcement. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 3 to 2. Senator Abbas for the committee.
Abbas.
Thank you, Madam President. I move SB 623-FN inexpedient to legislate. SB 623 would impose a statutory restriction on how New Hampshire's law enforcement officers may participate in the federal 287G program, including requirements regarding identification, face covering, and body-worn cameras. The committee heard testimony that the bill would impede immigration enforcement operations and reduce flexibility for law enforcement officers working in dangerous situations. Stakeholders, including members of law enforcement, indicate that current policies are working and that they need discretion to make operational and safety decisions in the field. I respectfully ask that you join members of the Senate Judiciary Committee, I think I learned how to say that by now, in voting SB 623-FN inexpedient to legislate. Thank you, Madam President. If I may speak further.
Yes, you may speak further.
Thank you, Madam President. First, I would like to point out that there's 3 primary things that this addresses. But it wants to require a law enforcement officer operating under the 287G program, they must have a body camera on and activated. Understand that we already have a law on the books that's very comprehensive on how law enforcement officers use their body-worn cameras when they have one. That's RSA 105-D:2. In respect to the name tags, also an existing RSA that already covers this. And it requires law enforcement officers to wear a name tag unless they're performing a special duty. And that is RSA 105:3-A. This will create those conflicts in the law for our law enforcement officials operating under the 287G program. Then it impacts face masks. It prohibits a law enforcement officer from wearing any face mask or any face shield under any circumstances if they're operating under a 287G program. Doesn't matter how cold it is out. It doesn't matter if it's for tactical reasons. It can be 10 degrees out and they can be outside for 2 hours. They cannot wear a face covering. I will say, when I got back to Logan Airport last week, I was a state trooper from Massachusetts. I want to thank him. He stopped traffic so my daughter and I can cross the street. It was not 10 degrees. I was still pretty cold, a lot colder when I came on vacation. He was wearing a face mask, not that conceals identity because it was really cold out. But this will not allow that. Now understand, for safety reasons why, for tactical reasons you may wear a face mask, but also the doxing that has happened to several law enforcement officials, both local and federal officers, have their home addresses, their names, sometimes their cell phone numbers. I've been doxed before. I know what it's like to have my cell phone and my work message box all filled with voicemails from people dissatisfied with my work as an elected official. It happens, and it goes online, and people put it there. But when it creates a safety concern for our law enforcement officials, federal and state and municipal and county, when their job is to keep us safe, we need to trust their discretion when they're operating in the field. Now, the elephant in the room, this involves issues of immigration enforcement. Now, we understand under the Biden administration, more people entered this country illegally than the entire population of this state.
Point of order, Madam President.
Now, when it comes
Point of order.
Can we stick to the subject of this bill, please?
Senator, would you please just stick to the subject of the bill?
Thank you, Madam
Thank you.
President. I'm doing my best. So the aftermath of that is that if you don't want open borders, it comes to enforcing immigration laws in this state. That's where this bill, I think, is limiting our law enforcement's involvement and ability to help with federal officers, because In this state, we banned sanctuary cities already. Now, if that's the case, law enforcement officials are expected to operate under a 287G program, that's in the bill, but they're going to have a body-worn camera activated if they're providing any type of assistance, even if they're sitting behind a desk. That's as it's written. This interferes with them doing their jobs to keep us safe. We should keep it that. We should let them use their discretion. I think they're doing a good job because we're the safest state in the country, and let's remain that way. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any discussion? Senator Altshuler wishes to speak.
Thank you, Madam President. Is that necessary? But thanks. I rise in opposition to the motion of ITL. This legislation addresses a matter of fundamental importance to the safety, trust, and constitutional protections of all New Hampshire residents. In the past year, New Hampshire law enforcement agencies have had a rapid growth in the adoption of memorandums of understanding with the Federal Immigration and Customs Enforcement, the 287G task force model. I filed this bill in September of 2025, long before ICE agents shot and killed Renee Good, Alex Preddy, and Keith Porter Jr. I filed it because I and so many other people could see what was coming. Masked federal agents operating without identification, refusing accountability, red flags all around. The FBI saw it too. They issued a nationwide warning in October because criminals were and still are impersonating ICE officers. But I certainly never imagined that it would get this deadly this quickly. Keith Porter Jr. shot on New Year's Eve by an off-duty ICE agent who we now know was poorly vetted.
This bill applies to local law enforcement.
I recognize your point of order. You may speak.
Madam President, this applies to the local law enforcement officials. Talking about what federal officers are doing in other states, we have no control over that, nor is it relevant to the bill. This limits local law enforcement officers.
Okay, thank you. So noted.
Madam President, as a point of clarification, this is a federal contract that is run by a federal agency that our local law enforcement officers are engaged in. So the federal agency that is running this program is germane to the discussion, I believe. May I continue?
Yes, please continue.
Thank you. Renee Good, mother of three, shot in the face on January 7th by a masked ICE agent in Minneapolis, and multiple videos from multiple angles show her vehicle turning away when the ICE agent fired. And Alex Preddy, ICU nurse in the VA hospital, shot in the back 10 times. All three killings, the federal government lied about the victims and the circumstances of their deaths. Video evidence contradicts federal claims in all three cases. And in multiple cases, the agents were masked. Is this who we really want in charge of our law enforcement? For decades, we've invested in law enforcement accountability. We've invested in body-worn cameras, in community police training, in critical incidents training, and professional standards through our Police Standards and Training Council. Our officers earn our trust by being identifiable and accountable professionals. The 287G agreements that our law enforcement agencies have signed state in black and white that immigration enforcement activities will be supervised and directed by ICE using DHS and ICE policies and procedures. So when our officers participate, they have to follow ICE's command, ICE's rules, not our police standards. And ICE's rules increasingly mean masked operations, no identification, disabled body cameras, and aggressive tactics that are killing Americans. The International Association of Chiefs of Police warned that masked agents create confusion, fear, and mistrust. American citizens are being terrorized on American streets by masked federal agents.
To say that federal law enforcement officers throughout the whole country are terrorizing Americans, again, this has to do with the 287G programs and what local law enforcement officials have to wear and not wear when performing that under that agreement.
Thank you. Senator, I will ask you to
confine
opinion, your opinions to what is going on here.
In my opinion, American citizens are being terrorized by masked federal agents. The agency in charge of the federal 287G program is in such operational chaos that the secretary was just fired about a half an hour ago. Is this who we want in charge of our officers? Senate Bill 623 requires 3 things when New Hampshire officers participate in 287G: that they display their name or badge number as per our laws, that they perform their jobs unmasked, and that as outlined in the standards of the New Hampshire Law Enforcement Manual, that they leave their body cameras on. These are the standards that our officers already meet every day. This bill says when operating under federal supervision that our officers maintain New Hampshire standards. And this matters because New Hampshire officers have already built trust through transparency. We have put in the work. When they are swept up in these anonymous federal operations, that trust is jeopardized. When residents fear anonymous immigration enforcement, they stop reporting crimes, they refuse to witness, and they withdraw from civic life. This bill protects what we have built here in New Hampshire. It protects our officers from being compromised by federal practices that undermine accountability. It protects the relationships that our law enforcement have built with their communities. And it protects our constitutional standards. And let's be honest about the landscape in front of us. 3 Americans are dead at the hands of ICE agents just last month. 12 federal prosecutors have resigned in protest, and states nationwide are passing oversight legislation just like this. We should say clearly, if you want our officers in your operations, then you operate according to our standards. We have worked too hard for too long to throw it all away to an agency with demonstrated inferior standards, to an agency in chaos. No masks, visible identification, body camera on. These are not radical requirements. They're the basics of professional law enforcement in a free society that values accountability. Meet the moment. Vote no on the ITL motion. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. We are still on the discussion of the motion of inexpedient to legislate. Senator Gannon has a question of...
Good senator from 22 could take my question.
Yes.
I'll be very brief on all this. Thank you, Madam President.
Sure you will.
I will. So a detective, you said earlier, under special circumstances, they don't have to show their badge, correct?
Under the existing RSA, if they're on a special duty, they don't have to wear their badge. But if this became law, I believe it would eliminate that exception. At least it conflicts with the existing law.
Okay. And so if I can follow up, you'll take a question?
Sure.
Great. Would you believe that I met under less than 2 weeks ago with 2 sheriffs, different times, in my office, and with other people who are in this room, and they were at the same time that week going to deport. They had detainer notices for a murderer and a rapist who are living in our midst, who are now out of our community. Would you believe that happened?
I would believe that, and I would believe that they're operating pursuant to the 287G program, and I believe if this passes, we will have a hard time complying with that and keeping our
Would you believe that the same said sheriff said he's supervising and he's having no problems with the 287 laws?
I would agree with that.
Thank you.
Okay, we are still discussing the motion of inexpedient to legislate. I recognize Senator Perkins-Coker to speak.
Yes, thank you, Madam President. I rise in opposition of the pending motion to simply say that, I think what we're trying to do in this bill is to show respect for our local law enforcement and for our highly trained public safety professionals. The 287G contract does have a clause that supersedes local law. So the RSAs that were mentioned by my colleague from District 22 would be overridden by some of these procedures. So in having a bill that therefore states, we would like for our law enforcement and our public safety to be able to adhere to the training standards they've practiced for their entire lives as professionals, I think it's a sign of respect for their experience, for their competency, and for their rules of engagement that they've had to live under for their entire professional career. So I hope you'll join me in overturning this motion to show this support for our public safety professionals. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator. Senator Abbas has a question of...
Thank you, Madam President. To my colleague and friend from District 21.
Tentatively, yes.
And thank you for taking my question. So if the federal law, or the 287G agreement, supersedes our state law, if we were to pass SB 623, wouldn't that also be superseded by the 287G program?
A valid question, my friend from District 22, but I think this gives our public safety officials a basis upon which to negotiate that clause in the 287G agreement before entering into it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, the motion, Senator Altschiller has a question of...
The senator from District 21?
Yes.
Senator, would you believe that we had, perhaps you were present, when the sheriff from my county sent deputies to talk to legislators about the 287G agreement? Would you believe that they indicated to us that they could have asked for changes within the contract, but they didn't at the time? And if this bill passes, then there's an opportunity to get that into those 287G agreements where they don't exist.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. They're still open for discussion. I recognize Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. So how did we get here? And I know that the good senator from 24 opened the door. How did we get here? Lakin Riley, Rachel Morin, Officer David Lee, Jocelyn Nungaray. These individuals were killed by illegal immigrants, murdered, raped. We have a number of illegal aliens in New Hampshire that have been arrested for rape, murder. So there is, thank you, there is a need for this. So as far as I'm concerned, when our police officers are having to work with ICE, they are going to be open to the same issues that ICE has been. Now, ICE has been, and our officers will also be doxxed. Their families will be threatened. Doxing is gathering of individuals' personally identifiable information and releasing it publicly for malicious purpose, such as public humiliation, stalking, identity theft, or targeting for harassment. There have been many cases. Justice Department says Santa Monica man was arrested for allegedly posting an ICE lawyer's home address on Facebook and urging others to swat her. The DOJ complaint, this goes back to January 2024. DHS said families received death threats and cited examples of live stream pursuits and social media posts that revealed home addresses. Hacker groups claim to have posted personal data for hundreds of ICE, FBI, and DOJ. If you don't think this is going to happen to our police officers if they can't cover up, you're sadly mistaken. This legislature has been loud and clear about that New Hampshire will never be a sanctuary state. Cooperation between local, state, and federal law enforcement officials is vital to keeping New Hampshire the safest state in the nation. Blue states working to actively obstruct immigration enforcement has led to the chaos on violence, not our officers. We are not going to let that happen in New Hampshire. We are not going to tie the hands of our local police when they're cooperating with our federal officers. We are not going to stop them from protecting their faces during a blizzard or when confronting violent offenders. What are we going to say? Sorry, officers, I know it's cold out, but you can't use your masks. Sorry, officers, I know your family have been threatened, but you can't use your mask. I guess it sucks to be you. This bill is just another way to try to bring sanctuary cities back to New Hampshire. That's never going to happen. Please join me in voting inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 623. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you. Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Abbas, seconded by Senator Avard. Do you have a question, Senator? Okay, you want to speak for the second time?
Yes, ma'am. Thank you. I would just rise to respectfully submit into this debate in response to the comments from my colleague from District 19 that what we are trying to do with this bill is keep our officers safe. If their tactics and their rules of engagement lined up with what they've been trained to do as professionals for their entirety of their professional career as public safety officials, it would keep them safe. This bill gives us a way to let our local officials take the lead in keeping themselves safe while engaging in the enforcement actions that are being asked. Thank you.
Senator Fenton has a question of...
District from District 21.
Thank you.
Thank you. New Hampshire has stalking laws that not only apply to civilians but police officers as well. Is that correct?
Correct.
Follow up on that. I've heard a lot of debate today, but I didn't hear anyone who was arguing for this bill mention sanctuary cities. Did anyone do that?
No.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, the motion is inexpedient to legislate. Is there any further discussion? Senator Lang is recognized to give a PI.
So, thank you, Madam President. Again, I'll be willing to waive if the other side has a PI they'd like to do and go first, as is the tradition we've established. Great. Thank you, Madam President. If I know that cooperation between our local, county, state, and federal law enforcement agencies is crucial to keeping New Hampshire the safest state in the nation, and if I know this bill would interfere with state, local, county, and federal law enforcement efforts to catch and deport illegal aliens, including those with criminal convictions and those facing violent crimes, and further, if I know, as a former law enforcement officer, the passage of this bill will, to be clear, will put our local, state, county law enforcement officers at risk. We're now support our local law enforcement officers and vote inexpedient legislate on Senate Bill 623. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of inexpedient to legislate on Senate Bill 623. A roll call has been requested by Senator Abbas, seconded by Senator Lang. Senator Avard, I'm sorry. Make sure everyone is here. Okay. Are you ready for the question? The clerk will call the roll.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
I can't.
Please, we're in the voting mode.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Ricciardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald. Senator Reardon. No. Senator Murphy.
Yes.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altschiller.
No.
Senator Carson.
Yes. Okay, the ayes have it. The motion of inexpedient to legislate is adopted by a vote of 16 to 8. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred Senate Bill 625 FN, an act permitting family members of homicide victims to seek ventuary hearings in cases where the Department of Justice does not file charges in the case. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill be re-referred to interim study by a vote of 5-0. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon.
Thank you, Madam President. We're on the home stretch. I move that Senate Bill 625 FN be referred to interim study. 625 permits family members of homicide victims to request written explanations from the Department of Justice when charges are not filed or when a trial is declined, and allows them to petition a court for review, including the possibility of an evidentiary hearing. While the committee understands and respects the desires of families for greater transparency, we have concerns that the bill could introduce public involvement into the investigative and prosecutorial process. This could potentially interfere with the Attorney General's independent authority and create risks that such involvement could later be raised as a defense in the criminal proceedings. All that being said, after discussions with stakeholders, we feel that it is an imperative. We feel that improvements can be made in the form of an amendment when the bill goes to finance. So I'd ask that you vote down interim study so another motion can be made.
Thank you, Senator. The motion is re-refer to interim study. Senator Gannon has asked us to vote down the committee amendment so that another amendment, another motion can be offered. Correct? Yeah, that's what I think I said that, to vote down the interim study so that another vote, I thought there was an amendment here, can be offered. So make sure everyone's on the same page. The question is on the adoption of the committee recommendation of refer to interim study on Senate Bill 625. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. No. Okay. The motion of refer to interim study, the noes have it. The motion of refer to interim study fails. The floor is open for an alternative recommendation, and I will recognize Senator Birdsall.
Thank you, Madam President. I offer ought to pass on Senate Bill 625 and would like to speak to my motion.
Please speak.
Thank you, Madam President. 625 in its current state, and I know it's going to be amended, allows a parent, spouse, or child of an intentional homicide victim to request a written explanation from the Department of Justice when no charges are filed, when a case is closed, or when a retrial was not pursued after a hung jury. Details that DOJ must provide explanation in cases where the medical examiner ruled the death of a homicide, where DOJ opened and closed an investigation without charges, or when a murder and trial ended in mistrial. I'm not going to go through the rest of it because I know there's going to be an amendment, but I do want to go through how we got here. This bill was a product of what transpired between Nicole and Michael Carney back, I think it was in 2017. They were separated while she was supposed to be taking care of her mother. She promised to continue paying the utilities to his home since he worked from home. His utilities got shut off, and he found out that she had purchased a home and could no longer support his utilities. He went to the home to confront her, and obviously a conflict occurred where he was shot in the back twice by his wife, Nicole. I spoke with both the AG's office and the Department of Safety, where they both admitted the investigation was absolutely flawed, beginning with the communications between Nicole and a police chief friend just before the shooting and then shortly thereafter. Investigators were told not to follow up with leads in the investigations, and the ultimate insult was the remains of Michael Carney were given to the same person who shot him in direct violation of the RSA. And also in the report was Anna Randall, and I know there are some circumstances that the good senator from District 23 had spoke about, but her son Christopher was murdered in 2021 by a repeat violent felon who was prohibited from owning firearms. So granted, there were circumstances where it escalated, but the fact is he was a repeat violent felon. He should never have had a gun. However, the AG declined to bring any charges and claimed self-defense. So Anna received no evidence, no reports, no explanations. And according to Anna, federal court officials said homicide charges should have been pursued, but they lacked jurisdiction. So I'm asking, where are the families supposed to get some answers when the system fails them? And this is what this bill was trying to do. Where do they go to get some accountability? At least 6 states have seen the need for similar laws allowing judicial review and have passed it in some form or another. Alabama, Arizona, Georgia, North Carolina, Ohio, and Pennsylvania. I think it's time that New Hampshire follows suit. And I appreciate the support. I would appreciate the support of ought to pass so that it can be worked on in an amendment in finance. Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. The question is on the adoption of the recommendation of ought to pass on Senate Bill 625. Are you ready for the question? All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed say no. The ayes have it. The motion of ought to pass is adopted, and the bill is ordered to the Committee on Finance. We are on our last bill. The Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Thank you, Madam President. The Committee on Judiciary, to which was referred, House Bill 186 FNA, an act relative to the legalization and regulation of cannabis and making an appropriation therefore. Having considered the same, the committee recommends that the bill is inexpedient to legislate by a vote of 2 to 1. Senator Gannon for the committee.
Senator Gannon?
Thank you, Madam President. Motion to table.
The motion to lay on the table is non-debatable, but we have 2 individuals that would. Okay.
You look like.
Okay. Now, I have 2 people here that would like to do a PI. Okay. So I'm going to recognize Senator Fenton to do a PI.
Thank you.
On the tabling motion.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, Madam President. If I know that Granite Staters want us to debate cannabis legalization, and if I know that Granite Staters overwhelmingly want cannabis legalized, and if I know that this bill would provide roughly $60 million in revenue over 3 years, money that could help lower costs for New Hampshire residents, provide housing, and strengthen child care services, would I now vote no on the tabling motion?
Thank you, Senator. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a PI.
Thank you, Madam President. If I know that we tried to compromise with the House on this in the last legislature, and I know that we've debated marijuana legalization extensively, would I now support the motion to table HB 186? Thank you, Madam President.
Thank you, Senator. Again, just the motion to lay on the table is non-debatable. All in favor of the motion say aye. Okay, a roll call has been requested by Senator Fenton, seconded by Senator Altshuler. Okay, the Senate will be attentive to the clerk.
Senator Rochefort.
Yes.
Senator Lang.
Yes.
Senator McConkey.
Yes.
Senator Waters.
No.
Senator Prentice.
No.
Senator Gray.
Yes.
Senator Innes.
Yes.
Senator Ward.
Yes.
Senator Rishardi.
Yes.
Senator Fenton.
No.
Senator McHugh.
Yes.
Senator Avard.
Yes.
Senator Rosenwald.
No.
Senator Reardon. No. Senator Murphy.
No.
Senator Pearl.
Yes.
Senator Sullivan.
Yes.
Senator Birdsell.
Yes.
Senator Long.
No.
Senator Perkins Quokka.
No.
Senator Abbas.
Yes.
Senator Gannon.
Yes.
Senator Altshuler.
No.
And Senator Carson.
Yes. No, it's not 16 to 8.
Did I hear?
15 to 9.
Oh, okay, sorry.
You messed everybody up, Senator Murphy. No. We have to be accurate.
15-9.
The ayes have it by a vote of 15 to 9, and the motion has been adopted.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yeah, okay. I recognize Senator Birdsell for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the Senate adjourn from the early session, that the business of the late session be in order at the present time, that all bills and resolutions ordered to a third reading be, by this resolution, read a third time, all titles be the same as adopted, and that they be passed at the present time.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The early session is adjourned. We are now in the late session. Are there any announcements to come before the Senate? Senator Prentice.
Madam President, unanimous consent times 2.
Okay.
Unless anybody has one they want to put in the middle, and then I can.
Nope, you're on a roll, Senator.
Okay, thank you very much. First of all, I would just like to share with my colleagues in this chamber that the first year that I was here, I worked actually with Senator Gannon on putting emergency action plans for medical emergencies on athletic settings in our New Hampshire schools into place. It was a bill that you introduced. We worked with the athletic trainers to enrich that so that every school had a plan if there was a medical emergency in an athletic setting, how to respond to it. 2 years later, we worked together again with the bill that I led on, and Senator Gannon and others in this chamber, I'm thankful, and in the House, helped with to make sure that in this plan there was also a designation to have one or more automatic external defibrillators in these athletic settings, not locked up in a nurse's office or an athletic trainer's office, but on the field or on the bench or wherever it might be, and that we had at least one CPR-trained individual on site. This past Saturday in my district at a middle school, at an athletic event in a gymnasium, an elderly person collapsed. CPR was started immediately. The plan was activated. The AED was on the bench, was pulled. 2 shocks by bystanders were administered, and that individual, that man's life was saved. He was transported, and he is still alive and doing well. So work that we do in this body goes out and has implications. And this is one of, throughout the state, and this is a great example of some work that we have all done together to make New Hampshire safer. So there's one. Thank you, everyone, with working together on that. Number 2, once a year I have the opportunity to speak, to go and meet with the Dartmouth students in their policy shop. They have a specific class at the Rockefeller Center where they work on policy proposals, and they look to legislators to come in and pitch ideas. I did pitch my GLP-1 that if we were actually supporting, either through, at that point it was private health insurance, or through Medicaid, a public plan, GLP-1s for obesity treatment, that we could actually drive down healthcare-related costs. I want to let you all know that if you're interested, this Monday at 10 a.m. in room 100, the Dartmouth policy students are going to come and present their findings. So if you're just interested in learning more about this in general and hearing from students that are actually interested in what we're all working on here together, it'd be a great opportunity. I'm sure they'd appreciate being able to see you. Madam President, thank you for the opportunity, and colleagues.
Thank you, Senator. Okay, are there any other announcements to come before the Senate? Okay. Seeing none, without objection, all personal privileges or unanimous consent shall be entered into the permanent journal of the Senate. Is there any further business? I recognize Senator Birdsall for a motion.
Thank you, Madam President. I move that the business of the day being completed, that the Senate recess to the call of the chair for the purposes of introducing legislation, re-referring bills to committee, scheduling hearings, sending and receiving messages, vacating bills, processing enrolled bill reports and amendments, and forming committees of conference, and when we recess, we recess to the call of the chair.
All in favor say aye. Aye. All opposed, no. The ayes have it. The Senate is in recess to the call of the chair.